Hi everyone, welcome back to CodeWithUsman. In today's project, we will build a complete AI medical voice agent application from scratch using some of the most powerful modern technologies available. We will use Neon as our serverless PostgreSQL database to securely store doctors' consultations and application data. We will integrate Clerk for authentication and user management, allowing users to sign up, sign in, and manage their account securely. And with the Clerk, we will use the Inngest. For voice conversations, we will use Vapi, which enables us to create real-time AI voice agent capable of conducting medical consultations and for generating the call summaries. And to manage global application state efficiently, we will use Zustand, a lightweight and developer-friendly state management library. And of course, we will build everything with Next.js, creating a modern, scalable, full-stack application. By the end of this tutorial, we will have a production-ready AI healthcare application. Their users can talk to AI doctors, receive consultation summaries, and review their medical reports. Let's get started. So here is our beautiful landing page, a beautiful hero section with some beautiful buttons and a beautiful video call screen, right? And here you can see a beautiful animation, a beautiful button. After this, we have a beautiful about section. Then we have the featured doctors available. Here you can see we have doctors list here for featured doctors, and here we have a beautiful footer. And here we have the disclaimer about this application. From here we can also go to doctors page, and we are landed on the doctors page. Here we have the specialty filters, and on the right side we have all the doctors available. User can switch their subscription plan. Here we have free plan and the premium plan available, and all the payment will be done through the Clerk billing system. And here we have the dashboard page. We will also visit the dashboard page as well. We will go to the doctor's page, and from here you can consult the doctor. If I click on consult now, then we will be redirected to the doctor's page. From here we have back to list button and start voice consultation button. And here is the doctor details available. We will click on start voice consultation, and here we have the call page. Here we have the doctor details. For example, we have the doctor title, and here we have the channel as ready, duration 00, and from here we can click the call. And here is the voice terminal inactive. Then we will click the call. Then here you can see beautifully designed buttons and status is connecting.
Hello, I'm Dr. Sarah Chen. How can I help you with your health questions today? Please remember, I provide general wellness guidance only, not a substitute for in-person medical care.
Hi, my name is Usman, and I have a headache in the top left side of my head, and you can rate it as 6 out of 10.
Hello, Usman. I'm Dr. Sarah Chen. I understand you're experiencing a headache on the top left side of your hand. I'm an AI assistant and cannot diagnose medical conditions. If your symptoms are severe or concerning, please seek immediate medical attention from a healthcare professional. For mild to moderate headaches, some people find relief with over-the-counter pain relievers like paracetamol or ibuprofen. Remember to always follow the dosage instructions on the packaging. Staying hydrated and resting in a quiet, dark room can also sometimes help. If this headache is persistent, worsening, or accompanied by other symptoms such as numbness, weakness, or vision changes, it's crucial to consult a doctor. They can properly assess your condition and recommend the best course of action.
Thank you. Take care.
You're most welcome, Usman. Take care as well. If you have any other general health or wellness questions in the future, feel free to ask.
And here you can see generating AI consultation summary and sending your medical report. And consultation saved successfully. We got the toast message and we redirected to the dashboard page. And Our our consultation summary model has been opened automatically. Here you can see consultation report, doctor name, general practice, and primary complaint as headed, severity as moderate, and clinical summary. Usman reported experiencing a headache on the top left side of his head, rating it as 6 out of 10. The AI provided general wellness guidance, etc., for mild headaches and pain relievers. Here you can see medication guidance, paracetamol as pain relievers, ibuprofen, and follow the instructions, dosage. Recommendations as stay hydrated, rest in a quiet dark room, and if the headache is persistent and worsening, consult a doctor for proper assessment. And here is the raw transcript if you want to get to know what you what was your call about and all your top. So you can read the raw transcript. And here is the important medical disclaimer. From here we will close the model, and here we have a beautiful dashboard page, consultation dashboard, total consultations completed, average time for this month's sessions, and here we have all the list of sessions, right? And here currently we are logged in with a user that is a premium subscription holding user. Then we will sign out, and here you can see we can't access to the dashboard page. Here is no button for dashboard for the signed out user. And when we will go to doctor's page, and here you can see all the list. The signed out user can access the doctor's list, but then he will go to consult now and start the voice consultation. He will not be redirected to the call page until he will sign in, right? So continue with Google, and I will select a different account. Here I have used the second account that is a free user. Here you can see no badge because it's a free user. The free user can consult the free doctor. Upon clicking on start voice consultation, he can access the call room. But when he or she wants to connect to a premium doctor, he will not be able to go to consult. Here you can see upgrade required. Dr. Michael Toes is a premium agent requiring an active premium subscription plan. And from here you can go for pricing plans. And here is the active plans, and he or she can switch it to billing annually. And this one is a premium plan. We will click on start 7-day free trial and switch to free trial and the premium subscription. Pay with test card. We are on development mode, and here you can see trial successfully started. We will click on continue, and here we are redirected to the home page, and we have got the premium badge. And now we will can access the premium doctors as well. From here we will click on start voice consultation for the premium doctor, and here you can see we successfully accessed the premium doctor, and he or she can go to the dashboard as well. And here you have the no consultation yet, a beautifully crafted UI for dashboard. And here is our beautiful home page, and this site is also mobile responsive as well. Here you can see mobile Navbar. We had beautiful logo, and here is our beautiful hero section. You can see our application is mobile responsive as well. We can go to doctors page as well. Here is our filters and all the doctors list available. Each and every page is mobile responsive. Here is our dashboard. Now let's create our application. Here I have already created a folder with the name of Modify. We will open it inside the Visual Studio Code and we will go to our browser. Here I will write Next.js. We will open the Next.js application. We will go to the documentation or we can go inside the get started, and from here you can read the Next.js docs. I will open installation, and inside the installation here we can see the terminal. Open the terminal from here or we can open from here as well. So what we have to do inside the terminal, we will copy the with npm, we will copy the command till here, and in place of my app we will write dot r dot slash, that's mean install the next application inside the this modify folder, right? Enter. Yes, use recommended defaults. We will go inside the no customize settings. Would you like to use TypeScript? No. ESLint? None. React compiler? No. Tailwind CSS? Yes. src directory? No. App router recommended? Yes. Import alias? No. Agents.md? Yes. It will take some time to install. Here the next application has been installed and we have .next folder, app, node modules, public. So the .next folder will contain the production code and assets. Obviously, we will not touch this folder throughout our application. And here we have app folder. Inside the app folder, it will handle all the routes. We will create all the routes inside this app folder and all the visual pages, or you can see the UI, for example, slash doctor page. So they will be inside the app folder. And here inside the app folder, we have favicon, global.css file. That will be the main CSS file. We will write all our CSS, global CSS inside this file. And we have layout.js file inside the layout.js file. This will be the base file that will be containing all our HTML. So this will be the base file, and this page.jsx file will be the main UI page that we will see inside the application. For example, here I will write npm run dev. Currently we are inside the modify folder. If I open it inside the browser, currently it's opening it inside the localhost. Actually, it's the new update of Visual Studio Code. We have to manually write the localhost 3000 inside the browser here to see inside the browser. So this one is our main page.js file that we are seeing inside the localhost, right? So this one is our main page. And after this we have node modules folder. Node modules folder will contain all the downloaded project code libraries. Throughout our application, we will be installing a lot of libraries, so that will be installed inside the node modules folder, right? Inside the public folder, we will store all our images, or you can say our static website assets that we don't care to protect them. So we will put them inside the public folder. For example, we can put our hero image inside this folder, so we can access from any other file, only writing the name of that image. No need to mention the complete path, right? So after this we have git ignored. Then we will upload our code to GitHub. So those files that we don't want to upload to GitHub, we will add them inside the git ignore file. So our project will ignore those files for uploading it to the GitHub, right? And agents.md file, we can write all the instructions for the agents so that agents will get all the instructions from this agents.md file, right? Same as cloud.md, and here we have jsconfig.json file. Actually, it's a configuration file for setting up the root directories and custom path shortcuts, right? And nextconfig.mjs file, here we can write all the configurations that we want for Next.js application. So we can write it inside this next.config.mjs file, the master switchboard to turn on special Next.js website features, you can say, right? And package.json file, it will contain all the list showing all the tools, or you can say all the dependencies our project will use or we will install. So postcss config file is the file we can write all the advanced CSS features for older web browsers. So we can write it inside this file, right? And readme.md file, we can write all the instructions explaining our project to other developers. For example, if a second person open this project code, then he can check the readme.md file so he will understand the project explanation. So we are already viewing our project inside the local host. So first of all, we will install the DaisyUI. We will search the DaisyUI and clicking on the website. So we will use DaisyUI for faster workflow, for cleaner, easier Tailwind CSS development. So as we have already installed Tailwind CSS during our creating the next application, so we will install the DaisyUI on it. So and we will use the components for faster work. So in this case, we will save a lot of our time by using DaisyUI and its components, and we will spend that time for building the actual logics or actual application. It will save a lot of our time. And now we will install the DaisyUI. If you have not already used the DaisyUI, then don't worry, we will be using and understand it from scratch. There is no rocket science inside the DaisyUI. Only you need to have a knowledge for the Tailwind CSS. If you already know the Tailwind CSS, then DaisyUI is very, very easy for you. So we will go inside for the npm I DaisyUI at the rate of latest. We will copy it from here. We will create another. We can create another terminal as well from here, from the plus icon, or we can go for the already created terminal. First, we need to Control C to stop the application, and then we will paste our DaisyUI at the rate of latest. It will install the DaisyUI inside our next application, and it will be added inside the package.json file as well inside the dependencies. The second step is add DaisyUI to app.css. We will copy it from here and we will open our main CSS file, that is globals.css file. Here after the Tailwind CSS, we will paste, then we will paste, it will paste the plugin at the rate of DaisyUI. We will save it. And after the second step, we have framework install tutorials. We will go for the Next.js, install DaisyUI for Next.js, create a new Next.js project. We have already done this step. We have created the work, create next app. We have installed the Tailwind CSS and DaisyUI as well. We have already the Tailwind CSS slash post CSS inside our post CSS.config file. If I show you here we have the post CSS config file, and we have already this thing. So only we have to go for the turbo pack, and here is the global CSS file. We have already did this step as well. So we will directly go to the last step, that is add the browser list. We have to set this inside our package.json file by running this. We will copy it from here and we will paste it inside our terminal. And here we go inside the package.json file. Here you can see DaisyUI has been installed in our dev dependencies, and also we have browser list for the DaisyUI with this command, right? We will close the package.json file, and now first of all we will create our globals.css file. Inside the globals.css file we will have the some classes for body. So first of all I will delete these lines from here, and I will add it. We will add the scroll behavior as smooth, and after this we will add classes for body. So I will write it inside the at the rate of layer base. Here inside the body we have the font family. Font family we will use the inter font. We will write it as font inter. These inter fonts will be coming from the layout.js file, this one, and we will add it. We will replace the font from this to inter, right? And here I will write sans serif. After the font family I will write some classes. Don't worry, these suggestions are coming from the Windsurf AI extension that I have installed. You can also install it from the extensions section. From here you can write the Windsurf and you can install it from here. So it will gives the inline suggestions, so your work will be easy and quick using this one. There is no need to write all the code by your own, or you are typing again and again all that code that you are already knows. So using AI is very helpful, and it's a basic need as well. So I will write the base color. I will set base 100, and this these suggestions are coming from the extension that I have already installed as Tailwind CSS Intelligence. This one, right? You can also check all the extensions that I have installed. Here I have auto rename tag. I have installed React native snippets. I have installed live server, live preview, material icon theme, prettier, Prisma, Windsurf, and Tailwind CSS intelligence, right? So here I will write text-based content, and after this we will have font SM, font sans, and anti-aliased. After body tag, we will have some heading tags. Don't worry if you don't want to write this code, then you will get the code inside the description, inside the starter pack. Let me, okay, fine. And after this, we will have some components. Inside the components, we will have some classes, flux enter, flux between, flux start. So we will write only this specific class and it will automatically apply these classes, right? So we will close the global.css file and we will open our browser inside the localhost 3000. Let me run the application, npm run dev. Let me hide the terminal. And first of all, we will clear our layout.js file. We will make some changes as we will replace the font. We will install the toaster. We will use the React hard toast. We will use the, we will install it by running npm install or npm I React hard toast. For all the toasts, we will install the lucid icons. So for that, I will write lucid react, and we will also use the axios. We will use the Zustand for state management. It's very easy using Zustand. I will click enter, and here we are running our project on localhost 3000. Here you can see the page.js file. This one we can clear, and we will write rfce, rfce, press enter, rect arrow function. Here we can write as homepage. What we will write inside this div, it will be rendered or it will be displayed in as a homepage. The errors are coming from the layout.js file because we are not saving that file and we have not completed it. So we have replaced the fonts, and here we will import the toaster. Import toaster from React hard toast, and we will also import the clerk, but currently we have not installed the clerk yet. So for now, these are enough, and here we will write as enter, and it will be in capital, and variable will be font enter. Here subsets will be Latin, and here we will add the weight. Weight will be 4, 5, and 6, 700. And after this, we have the const gist mono. We will delete this, don't need for this, and we will write the metadata. Title will be modify AI medical voice agents, and description will be let me take it down, and at the end inside the HTML tag, inside the classes, let me delete all, and here I will write as enter.variable, and then we will write the data theme. Data theme is coming from the DaisyUI, and we will set it to as cupcake. Let me save, and if I show you, here is our home page. The home page text is coming from our route page, page.js file, this one, and this one is our layout. We will set all our layout inside this layout.js folder. That we are almost done. And here if I write, for example, if I show you all the themes, here we can write it as light, write it as dark. If we set it as dark, then here you can see it will be applied as dark theme. And you can see how easily we applied the dark theme, changing theme. We can also use our theme component from the DaisyUI. We can also use that as well. And here I will set it as cupcake, and after this we will write as data scroll behavior smooth, and we will write as suppress hydration warning. Let me wrap the file so you can see all the code. And here inside the body we will have the inter.class name, inter.class name, and then we will have the children, right? Let me write the toaster here as well. We will set the toaster, and toaster we have already imported at the top from React Hard Toast. Inside the toaster we will set the position as bottom right, and toast options will be class name. Let me write it as an object. It will be background base 300, so it can be visible on background base 100. That is coming from the globus.css file. Here we have set the body as background base 100. That's why we have used background base 300 for the toaster. And the content text will be text base content, important, with this exclamation mark. We will save it, and we are sending the children as prop. We are on root page, so we can delete this page from here, and we can create a separate, you can say a separate public route. So let me create the public route and folder first, then I will explain you how the things will work, and I will explain all the setup. So here I will write new file as, it will be public, and it will we have written it inside the braces because it will be not included inside the URL. So our URL will be localhost colon 3000 slash, for example you can say slash doctors for doctors page, and this public will not be the part of the URL. The route will be, for example you can say www.medify slash doctors, right? It will be not included. That's why we have put it inside the braces, right? And inside the public we have doctors, and inside the doctors we have page.js file dot .jsx, and here we will write rfce. It will be doctors page, Let me save it, and inside the public folder we will create a layout.jsx and the page.jsx file. JSX, and here I will write RFCE. Will write it as public layout, and here we will get the children from the main layout file. This one, sorry, this one. This children. Here we will send the children, and the second file inside this public folder will be page.jsx. And inside this page.jsx, I will write RFCE. Here we will write the hero about section and featured doctors, right? So the name will be homepage, and let me remove this, and it will be an empty tag, and here we will write the hero about section and featured doctors. Here we can also write it as homepage, and here you can see the path as app public page, right? And it will be the slash route. Let me save again. We have created all the necessary files. It should work fine. Okay, as you can see, it's working fine. Homepage, and here you can also see this one is the slash route inside the public, and this one is not the part of URL, right? We are directly inside the slash page.jsx. So inside the doctors we have doctors page. Here if I show you slash doctors, you can see the doctors page, right? And here we have the home page. Inside the public route we have doctors and the root page, that is home page. And this public route will have a pricing page as well. I will write it as pricing slash page.jsx RAFCE. I will write it as pricing page. Let me save it, and here if I will write as pricing, then you can see we have the pricing page. We can go back, and here we have the home page. We have inside the public we have doctors page, we have pricing page, doctors page, and this one is the home page, and this one is our layout for the public route, right? And when we will after creating some pages or some components, we will create the other protected routes as well. That will be as inside the app folder, and that will be like you can see call page and dashboard page. So we have created all the public pages, and from here let me close all other. This one is our doctors page. Let me minimize it, and we will work inside the layout.jsx file. So inside the layout.jsx file, what we will have, we have public layout, and we have children, we are passing the children, and it will be the main tag. Let me write it like this, and inside the main we will write the classes. Classes will be as margin x auto, and max width will be 360, and padding x will be 2, and for large screen padding x will be 12, and overflow will be hidden from x. We will also have the navbar, and then after it we will have the footer. If we save it and if we check, then we will see navbar, then homepage, and then footer. Here you can see navbar, homepage and the footer, right? Homepage is coming from this children prop, that is this page, page.jsx homepage, right? So we have completed all the routes, necessary routes that are public routes. It's mean the navbar and the footer uh, will be consistent all over our public route. For example, inside the doctors, you will see navbar and footer, and inside the pricing page, you will also see the navbar and footer, and on the home page, you will also see the navbar and footer. Here you can see. And if we go to the doctor's page, then you can see we have navbar, doctor's page, and footer. On the top, you will see the navbar, and at the bottom, we will have the footer. And in between, we will have the all other data for our doctor's page. If we go to the pricing, then you can see we have navbar, and then all the pricing page data and the footer will be remain consistent for all the public routes. So let's create the components folder. Here inside the root, we will create a folder with the name of components. Inside the components, we will create a file with the name of navbar.jsx rafce. We have navbar, and we will create the footer.jsx rafce. We will also create the hero component rafce. Then we will create the uh, featured products, featured doctors, right? So we have created navbar component, footer, hero, featured doctors. Okay, let me import the navbar component here, and here we will import the footer. Let me save it, and here we have all the necessary classes for the public layout. And let me save. No, first of all, we will create the navbar component. Inside the navbar, first of all, we will make it as use client, and we will import the link from next link. We will import the use path name from next navigation. We will also import the use clerk. Actually, we will not import it. We'll import it later. Then we will install it. Here I will write as all the necessary icons, layout dashboard from Lucid React, stethoscope, sparkline, sparkles, and banknote. From Lucid React. Here we will write the const path name is equal use path name. let me remove this use params. And here we will write const. Actually, let me remove this const. This navbar we will create using the DaisyUI navbar component. Here if I search on the top navbar, here you can see inside the JSX, we can create this type of navbar. Here we have JSX and HTML. We can use this type of as well, right? So basically the first div will be navbar, the main div, and inside this main div we will have navbar start, this one. Then we will have the navbar center, that is for this one, and then we will have the navbar end for the button. So the whole will be wrapped inside a navbar tag, a tag with the navbar class, and inside that navbar tag we will have navbar start, then we will have navbar center, and then we will have a navbar end, right? So this one is a simple structure. So I will create, you can also copy and paste from there as well and edit it as per your needs. So the first div will be here. Navbar start is coming from the DaisyUI. This one is the DaisyUI class from navbar component. Here you can see DaisyUI, right? This navbar start class contain the child classes as display inline flags, align items with, and justify content as flag start, right? So inside this div, we will have a drop down. That drop down will be hidden on large screen, and this drop down actually will be for the mobile screen, right? And here inside this we will write as these are the AI suggestions. Here inside this drop down, what we will write, we will have a div for the button, and let me wrap this file so you can see full source code. Here is this div, and let me format it as okay. Format selection. Okay, right. Here is the navbar start, and inside this navbar start we have a drop down for the mobile screen, right? And I have copied this code from the DaisyUI navbar components, right? That I have showed you earlier. Okay, and here is the menu. Inside the menu we have doctors and the pricing, and the third one is dashboard. If the user is exists, then we will have the dashboard, otherwise. So here we can write as const user is equal to false. We can write, and if I show you, if we go for the mobile screen, here on the mobile screen you can see, and the overflow is hidden. When we will create the hero and all other sections, then these all the links will be appeared, right? Currently we are seeing only the button and the first link, right? So after this drop down menu, what we will have, we will have a you can say a logo. Let me escape for canceling the AI suggestions. Windsurf is giving us the inline suggestions that you were seeing here. When you press escape, they will be the cancelled. And let me paste here the logo. And here is the div for this icon. And here is the text as modify. That is our app name. Let me save it. And after this link and div, we will have all the nav links. The nav links will be for the doctors, pricing and dashboard. Let me escape for cancelling the AI suggestions, and I will paste all the code here. Here we have doctors, then we will have pricing, and then we will have the dashboard, right? After this div, we will write a last div for the button. Here I will write div, and this will have some classes as navbar and gap tool. And here we will check if user is not available, then do what? Then we will have a button. And otherwise, here I will write the second condition as empty tag. And here inside this button, let me write the classic button type will be button, and the classes will be button info and text info, content, and button small, border radius, and padding. And inside this button we will have the text as sign in. In second condition we will have the user button that we will get from the clerk. So for now we will keep it as empty, and let me share you the output. Link class is not defined. Okay, from where it's coming. Here it should be this one. Here in place of the link class, actually we will do this in a easy way. Let me remove this, and here I will write it as backticks, and we will use template literals here. Before we will use some classes that will be here. The button info and button small, transition all, and gap will be for the that these classes are the you can say fixed classes. And here I will write $sign, and in the curly braces we will write as if the path name. Here we are initializing the path name, and here we are using path name is equal to path. Let me write it as this class is for the doctors. So here we will write in the path name is equal to doctors, then button active, sorry, then button active, otherwise button outline, and border info. And we will have our shadow as shadow none, and we will copy these classes from here, and we will apply for the, let me copy it from here. We have already the curly braces. Here I will paste. Also, I have not copied this. And we will edit the button for all the remainings. Here it will be pricing, and it will be dashboard. Let me see it and let me check. Here you can see we have the logo, then we have some classes, and for the nav link, and here is the button for login. Uh, okay, we will give some classes to this main div as well. Actually, we forgot it. We will initialize it with Navbar, right? And it will be backdrop blur, medium, and it will be sticky from top 0, Z index, and padding by 3. Let me save it and right. And here make it let me make it correct. Okay, from here we have button info, and after shadow none. Okay, I think all the classes for the button are correctly applied. Let me check. We will go inside the app. We will go inside the layout.js file. We'll wrap the file RZ, and here we are applying the theme. Data theme as cupcake. Inside the cupcake theme, buttons are by default uh, rounded border. So let me check the globals.css file as well. Here after the DaisyUI, we will write inside the curly braces, we will write themes. Themes will be all, right? And we will save the globals.css file and close it. Now we will check if we reload the page, then the buttons will should be rounded according to the cupcake theme. Here let me Control C and rerun the next app. npm run dev. Okay, and now it should work fine. Okay, here you can see our buttons are have rounded button, right? We will close the navbar for now, and here you can see our navbar has been completed. Let me make it correct. We will open the navbar again, and here inside the logo, where is it? Let me write the comment for logo. It will be like this. Modify. Let me save and check. Perfect. Here we can write it as mobile navbar. And here we will write it as nav links for large screen. Desktop, right? And this will be a comment. Control C. Let me write it as nav links mobile, and here is the login buttons. Login or profile button. Here we will write as profile. For now, we will hard code it until we will set up the Clerk, right? Let me close the navbar, and now we will complete our footer and the hero. Let me complete the hero page first, hero section. Here, if I show you the home page, here we have the home page, and we will, and this one is our public layout. I will close this, and inside the public folder we have layout and we have the page. Inside this page we will write the hero, we will import it, and then we will have the about section and the featured doctors. Let me complete the hero first. This one is our hero page, and let me make it here. I will open the public layout file as well, public layout file, then page.jsx, then hero, and so we will complete the hero. And if I show you here in place of home page, we are getting the hero because hero is the part of home page. So inside the hero, we will write, first of all, we will import the link from next link. Then we will import the image tag, image from next image, and we will import some icons like mic, shield, right? We will import these icons from Lucid React. And now for the hero, here we will have a section. Let me write it as section, and inside this section, we will have a div with some classes. This div will have a left column and a right column. So here I will write left side, and it will have the content, and here it will be a div. Inside this div, we will write another div. We will write an icon and the text. And after this div, we will write an h1 tag. Inside this h1 tag, we will write the text as personalized medical services. And after the medical services, we will have a span tag for remaining text. It will be for better health, right? And after this h1 tag, we will write a p tag. Inside this p tag, what we will have, if I show you side by side, let me, okay, as you can see, or disease, and here inside this p tag, we will have some text, uh, a dummy paragraph. These services represent a diverse range of medical solutions, right? So after this p tag, we will have a div. In this div, we will write the buttons. The two buttons, we will make it format selection. Okay, and here we have the first button as consult doctor, and the second button will be a view plans, right? These two buttons. And after these two buttons, the left side ended, and we will write the right side. Here you can see what we have. Okay, the right side will have a image. Let me remove this image tag, and inside this div we will write a div. Here inside this right side we will have a div, the second div, another div, and this div will have a image tag, and we will make it as background.png. background.png, and the alt text will be hero, and width will be 774. Let me write it as 774, and the height should be 999. We will write it as priority, and classes will be widthful, heightful, object cover, and contrast will be 1.02 will be enough. We will save it, and now we will write after this image div. Actually, it will be after two divs. These two divs are for this image, right? And here it should be the slash. We will save it, and after this div, we will write a comment like food card, audio voice calling panel, a kind of badge, you can say. This badge will have a div. Here I will write image frame, and in this card what we will write a div and a second div. In this div we will have a icon as mic, and let me remove this. This mic will have size of 4.6, 4.5, and animate plus. We will have a div with h6. Inside this h6 I will write calling, and after this calling we will have a span tag, and inside this span tag we will write Dr. Sarah Chen, and after this span and second div we will write as round div button, right? And inside this button what we will have, this button will have a icon from Lucid React. The class will be size 3, and after this button we will have a second button, and in this button we will have the second icon as phone off. And this div will have a second div. Let me format the document, and now everything is fine. Here we will write the second hood. We will write the comment as trust verification strip. We will have, let me wrap the file, and let me make it in full screen, format selection, format document, And inside this div, we have this div and some image tag, the second image, and the divs as 4.9 trust rate. If we save it and if I show you the result, here you can see we have this hood card and the second hood card is here. Now it's time to create a third hood card and then we will create the styling, right? So after this span and these two divs, here the second hood is ending and here we will write the hood card as lab telemetry chart. Let me copy and paste. These are some static codes. The front end codes you can copy and paste it from ChatGPT, from any components library, any components websites like pre-built UI, or a lot of, or you can create with the help of DaisyUI as well, or you can say the ChatGPT as well. Hey ChatGPT, create a hero component, hero section with the help of DaisyUI and Tailwind CSS. Even the AI is also can also use the DaisyUI and can create a very modern UI with the help of Tailwind and DaisyUI, right? So after this, we will go to the top and we will apply the classes. The classes will be as okay. Here we have relative, overflow hidden, border radius, and we have a gradient from color info with opacity of 20 and with opacity of 5. And we have padding from all axes 6 padding and from x axis 16. Then the screen is large, right? And we have minimum height as 85, viewport height and flex and items center. And this div will have some classes as it will be a grid. For small screen, it will be a grid column 1, and for large screen, grid columns 2, right? And gap will be 12, item center width full, and max width of 7xl, and margin from x-axis auto. And this left side will have some classes as we will make it a span. Okay, it will have some classes as, and if I show you here, you can see we will make it, better. And this div will have some classes as we will initialize it with a badge. This will be a badge and medium badge, and after medium screen the badge will be large and background with 50 opacity and border text based content. That's mean text color should be the base content and sparkles, right? And this h1 will have the classes as text info, font extra bold, and this p tag will be max with xl, right? And after this p tag, this div will be a flex and we will make it flex wrap as well. This div is actually for these two buttons, the hero buttons, right? And inside the right side, what we will write as we will make it span 5. Okay, actually not here. Let me cut it from here and we will paste it here. So the right side will be span 5 and flex center, that is coming from the globals CSS file, the custom class and width full and padding by 6. And this div will have some classes as relative and width of 75. After medium screen, the width will be 111 and height will be 100 and height will be 144. Flex none, right? And this image frame will be of widthful, heightful, and border radius. We will give the border radius in rems, 3.1 rem, padding 2, and some other classes, right? And this div will have some classes as well, like it will be also widthful, heightful. Actually, we have copied twice, and widthful, heightful, border radius, overflow hidden, and some border with the background color, right? And if I show you the result here, okay, let me check. Okay, here we have column span 5 and here we have column span 7. So the sum of columns will be 12 and here it should be the 12, right? We will save it, and if I show you here, you can see they are on right side and left side in a row. And after this image tag, what we will have inside this hood card, the classes will be as absolute, bottom 6, left, and translate, right? And this div will have some classes as flex item center, gap of 3, and this div will have some classes as size 12, size 10, and rounded axle, background info, pen opacity, and text info, flex center, and it will have a mic, and then this div will be of text left, and this S6 will have some classes as text access and font bold, then leading none, margin bottom will be 1, and this span will be the text will be 11 pixel and text based content will be 60 opacity, and this div will be item center and gap of 2, and the button will be of circle button, and it will be a extra small button, and button ghost, border base, and the second button will be button circle as well. And we have two more hoods as well. Let me save and check the final result. And one more thing, on the right side we have the image tag, and this image tag will have the image. Let me copy and paste the image here. After the inside the public, we will paste some images. So here let me delete these SVGs, and here I will paste a image, right? And here if I show you the result, let me reload, and here we have the image, right? Let me fix this. Okay, here here it should be for medium, width will be 111, height 100, height 144. Let me save, and here you can see everything is fine. Now what we will do, we will go for the about section, and here you can see all the code. Right, and here is the last hood. We will close the hero section and we will create the about section as well. About section, let me copy it from here and let me create a new component with the name of about section.jsx rafce, and let me import the about section, import it inside the public route homepage, and inside the about section, what we will have some icons, links, and import the title. We will also create the title component as well. Control C, and let me create the component title here. Title.jsx rafce, and here we will write it inside the curly braces all the props that we will be using, and they will be heading, start, heading, end, subtext, as action, and link to, that we will be using inside the title dynamically, right? So what we will have, so actually we will have a main div, flex column, flex row for after the small screen flex row, and item start, and after small screen, after small screen items end, and distribute between gap 6 margin bottom. And if we format the document, we have this div. Inside this first div we have h3 tag and the paragraph. Then we have has action, that is for the button, and here we have the has action. Let me save it, and after this, inside the about about section, we will have a variable with the name of features, you can say. We can write it as 4 pillars as well. And we will make this div as a section. It will have some classes, and the classes will be as max with 7xl. And inside this section, we will have some code. Let me copy and paste the UI, as this is not a front-end class, and this about section is completely UI based, no functionality or no core logics, only the simple UI. You can copy and paste. You can stop the video and write it by your own, or you can uh, write with the help of AI as well. So first of all, we have a section, then a div with the grid, and then inside the left side we have some text. If I show you here this text, this heading, then we have this paragraph and two badges, you can say, right? And a button, and on the right side we have the top card and the two stats div, right? You can use the stats component from the DaisyUI. Here if I search for sta stat, and you can use it from here, right? So it's very easy, and here is the title, the main heading and the paragraph for the title, and these are the uh, badges, these two badges, right? And the button. Then on the right side we have this main card, and then we have two stats, right? Let me save it, and you can see all the code. Let me close the title as well. And here after the about section, we will have the feature doctors. Okay, we have already created the feature doctors. We will import it and now we will build it. Let me close this page, as after closing and creating this feature doctors, the home page will be done. And we at the last we will create the footer. So inside this feature doctors, we will make it as a client component. First we will make it a client component, and then we will uh, write all the imports, right? So here we will have use effect, doctor card, title, loading skeleton, and empty state, right? So now we will create all these components one by one. First of all, we will create the doctor card. Inside the components, we will create the new file with the name of doctor card JSX RFCE, and it will be a div, and here we will import the here we will get the props. The props will be doctor. We will use the doctor that we will send it from here, right? And the imports will be image, link, and some icons. And here we will destructure the all the required properties from the doctor. The doctor uh, will have avatar URL, name, slug. Uh, Let me show you inside the assets. Here we will go inside the application folder. So the new folder will be assets, and inside this folder we will paste the doctors file. Let me show you what we have inside this assets file. So inside this doctors assets folder and the doctors file, we have a disclaimer. You are an AI medical wellness assistant, and after the disclaimer, inside the doctor seed, we have slug, name, specialty, description, avatar, URL, and required plan. When we will set up the database, then we will upload it with the help of command, but currently we will hard code it and we will import it directly from this doctor seed variable. So after a while, we will set up the database and then we will upload it to the new database. But currently we will hard code it and we will import it from here, like you can say a static doctor cards. So this doctor will have slug, name, specialty, description, avatar, URL, required plan, sort order, and system prompt that we will be using here, all these things. Avatar URL, and after avatar URL, we will have name, slug, specialty, and we will hardcode the ratings. And let me wrap this file, Alt Z, and we will destructure these things from the doctor, right? And here inside the return, this div will have some classes. Inside this div, we will have another div for the card and then for the heading of the card. and this image, let me write it as image, right? And this image will be getting the avatar URL. Alt will be name, width and height will be 100. We will make it 64, 64, and we will set the priority as sort order. Sort order is less than or equals to 4. And then we will have some classes. The classes will be object cover, and after this div we will have actually this second div. So after these two divs we will have a div that will have some ratings and a badge of the plan, like free plan, free tier or premium tier, right? Let me format the document and let me show you what I have copied. So inside this div we have the tier div, and then we have the paragraph as specialty, and then we have the ratings. And here after this rating and this div we will have some actions, like we have some buttons. So let me format the document, and inside a div we will have a button with the name of consult now, and a button with a heart icon for add to favorites, but this will be a static button, right? And this will be a working one, right? So let me apply all the necessary styling. For the main div we will have some styling as card is coming from the DaisyUI card component, and then we have some gradient from info color to info with 5 opacity to transparent, and hover shadow color and translate transition duration, and it will be a group. And the second div will be a card body. This will be the card body, and the card body is coming from the shared CN, padding 5 and gap will be 4. And after this div we will have flex and gap 4. Then this div will be an avatar that is also coming from the DaisyUI. And don't worry about the classes names. Then you will create 2 or 4 projects with the help of DaisyUI. Then you will obviously can remember these DaisyUI classes, because they are much similar to um, the component. Uh, for that component they are getting be used, like this avatar is getting used for the image, for making it avatar, right? So this image divs will become a avatar div, right? A DaisyUI avatar. And if I show you so you understand it better, this one is avatar component, you can search it from here, and these are the avatars variants. And currently we are using I think this one maybe, or this one, right? And after this avatar and online 0, the inner div will be width 16 and height 16, or we can write the border radius will be extra large. And if we save it, and all the remaining classes has already been applied, we will save the doctor card, we can close it from here as well, and then we will go to the featured doctors. And inside the feature doctors, we will remove the feature doctors. Here we will write the classes, and the classes will be max width that we are already using as 7xl. Mx will be auto, and padding x will be 6, and padding top will be 28, right? And we will have our title. The title will be feature doctors and choose a specialist for a voice consultation, etc. as a subtext, and has action will be view all. That is a button. And the path button, the path will be slash doctors, link to slash doctors, right? And after this title, we will be using is loading state, and we will be checking the doctor's length. So for these things that states and the functions that are coming from the global state. So for this project, for using the global state, we will be using Zustand. Zustand is a global state management library, and actually Zustand, we will be using Zustand because of a lot of its features, like Zustand is very fast, lightweight, and as simple a lot of other complex tools like Redux or React context that are using a big boilerplate code, but Zastan is using very minimal boilerplate code, and it's very simple, easy, and fast and lightweight. We will open it from here, zastans-demo.pmnds.rs. This is the official Zastan site, and here they are simply showing how the Zastan is works. If we click on one up, then it will be changing, right? Perfect. You can read the documentation if you are new to Zastan, and otherwise we will be using Zustand. We will learn it from scratch. It's very easy and very beginner friendly. Don't worry at all. Using Zustand will save you and will save a lot of time of yours. So first of all, we will go to installation and we will install the Zustand. Control C, and here is the first create a store. We will create a store with the help of these things, right? Import create from Zustand, const user bear, right? And we will be using functions. So we will close it from here and we will go to our Visual Studio Code, and here we will create a folder with the name of library, and inside the library we will have the Zustand folder, and inside that Zustand folder we will create the our first hook, that will be Dr. Store. So first we will create the library, and then we will create the Zustand folder, and then we will have the Dr. Store hook, drstore.js. Inside the Dr. Store, first of all, we will go to the terminal, and here I will paste the command that I have copied, npm install Zustand. We will paste it here and we will install the Zustand. Let me close the terminal and minimize the terminal, and here we will import the create from Zustand, and it will be from, not from. Okay, and we will also write here a function with the name of export const use Dr. Store hook, use Dr. Store, and here we will write create, and we will take the set and get as well, and here we will initialize the doctor as an empty array, and then we will have the is loading and error. These are some states. Is loading, we will initialize it with false, and here we will have the error. Error will be, initially it will be null, and after this we will create a function with the name of fetch doctors. It will be an async function and we will write it as so sorry. Okay. And here we will write, here it will be as doctors. Let me write it as doctors, right? And here inside the fetch doctors, what we will write, we will write the setter that is coming from the Zustand. We will use this set, and here inside this set, we will pass the is loading as true and error as null. We will initialize the error as null. And after this, we will copy down and here we will use the doctors. And the doctors, as we have not set up the database, so the doctors will be from the doctors seed. We will use the doctors as static for now, and then we will setting after setting up the database, we will upload the doctors to the database and we will fetch the doctors from the database here inside the fetch doctors function. So currently we are kind of hard coding them, and let me save it for now and we will go inside the featured doctors. Here after the title, what we will have, we will check is loading, and from where the is loading is coming, is loading will come from the doctor store. So here first of all we will import the use doctor store. Use doctor store from the doctor store, our use doctor store hook, right? And here inside the feature doctors, we will destructure the doctors is loading and error, and then fetch doctors from the use doctor store. Here we have doctors is loading, error, and fetch doctors. All these fours we are destructuring from the doctor store hook, right? And after this, we will have a use fetch function. Use fetch function. Inside this use fetch function, we will write if doctors dot length. If doctors dot length is equal to 0, then do what? Then fetch doctors. Then fetch doctors, and here inside the dependency array, we will write doctors dot length and fetch doctors. We will save it, and after this, we will create a variable with the name of feature doctor. Doctors dot slice 0 and 4. We will get the first 4 doctors. And this will be a section. And here we will check the if the is loading is true, then do what? Then we will check feature doctors dot length is loading and feature doctors dot length is equal to 0, then loading skeleton. This div, and inside this div we will pass the loading skeleton. And now it's time to complete the loading skeleton. Actually, we have not created the loading skeleton. Let me copy and loading skeleton.jsx RAFCE loading skeleton, and this will get some props as count. Count is equal to 6. Variant default will be card, and we will have some grid columns and the classes. Let me wrap this file so you can see the whole code, and here we will put a comma, and here we will write if the okay, we will make it as default function export default loading skeleton. It will be like this, and we will remove these arrow function, or let me copy it from here. These props, let me copy these props, remove the code, and here we will make this as React functional export component, and we will write it as loading skeleton, and we will paste the props here, and here I will write if the variant is equal to card, then simply do what? Return okay, inside the return we will have a div, and we will map through these divs. Array count dot map. Okay, let me format the document, and after this we will have, let me remove this return, and here we will write as if variant is equal to table row, and if variant is equal to list item, and if variant is equal to detail. Let me paste. We are checking this one. Let me format selection, and after this we will check the if the variant is equal to list item, and after this variant check we will check for the detail. Let me format the document, and we are checking the variant is equal to detail. So what we have, we are checking if the variant is equal to card, then this div. The second check is table row, then this div, and if the check is as list item, then this div, and if it is our details, then return this div, right? As simple as that. Only a simple UI. Let me close the loading skeleton, and we will also create the empty state as well. RFCE. We will render a simple UI for 0 items, like you can say it empty state, and let me copy and paste. You can get this code from the link in the description, and otherwise you can stop the video and write it by your own. You can also talk to the AI. You can call it as, if you can use the ChatGPT, you can say, hey ChatGPT, create a simple empty state component for me with the help of DaisyUI and Tailwind CSS. All right. And here are some classes. Reusable. That's why we are sending some props. Icon, title, description, button, class name. We will use this empty state component inside all over our application. Right. Very simple code. A main div with card, and then second div is card body, and we have some icon. Then we will have some title and description, and then at the end we have a button, condition based, right? Let me save the empty states file, and here we are on the is loading check. So here it will be loading skeleton, and here we will write it as else case. Here we will check else error. So if the error, then we will have our div. Let me remove these lines. This div will be a section, the closing tag, and inside the error we will have our div, and we will pass the error, right? And the else case is feature length. Feature length is equal to 0. If it's equal to 0, then do what? Then show the empty state. No data is available, and description as there are no feature data to display right now. Please check back later. And after this empty state, we will write an other else case as featured doctors. We will map through the featured doctors, right? Grid columns 1 for small screen, and after small screen, grid columns 2, and after large screen, grid columns 3, and for extra large, grid columns 4. Featured doctors.map and doctor code. We will save it, and here it will have a closing braces. The closing div and the braces section and all other closing braces. Let me save, and if I show you the result, obviously we will have some errors. Link is not defined inside the featured doctors. We are not using a link here, so we will go inside the title doctor count. If we go to the title, obviously here we are not importing the link. Oh, sorry, not from Lucid React, but it will be from next link. And we will also import the arrow right icon. Let me save, and hopefully we will not get any error now. Okay, we have another error. Each charging list should have a unique key prop. Okay, let me close the title. Inside the feature doctors, we are mapping through the doctors key as doctor.id. Okay, we have to, we can write as, okay, let me write it as slug. We can use the slug for now as a temporary. Here I will write the slug. When we will get the data from the database, then we will be using the doctor.id. The ID we will get from the database, the automatically provided ID, right? So data.slug we are using, and I think we have no error. Let me save again and check. Okay, we have an error for the image.unsplash.com on next image invalid src prop. So we have to set the host name as images.unsplash.com inside the next config file. We have to configure the images URL. So we will go inside the next config.mjs file, and if I show you the error, okay, let me copy it from here, and here we will write the images. Images will be an object, and inside this object we will have a array with the name of remote patterns, and we will provide all the host names here. So the protocol will be HTTPS, and the host name will be that we have copied images.unsplash.com. Control D, and we will be using from the unsplash.com as well. Images.unsplash and unsplash, right? Let me save, close, and let me show you the output. Hopefully we will not be getting any error. Perfect. Here you can see a beautifully displayed doctor cards. I think we are not displaying the description, so let me check doctor card. So after the rating, here should be the description. We will write it as p.line clamp 2, and we will place the description. Let me save it, and now we have the ready-made. Our card has been ready. Let me save. Now our featured doctors has been completed as a static component, and now we will go for the footer component. So for the footer, we will go to the DaisyUI, and here I will show you all the footer component variants. You can browse the footer component and you can check all the variants. In case if you don't like any footer component from here, then you can uh, copy it from the AI. You can ask the AI as uh, like if you ask from ChatGPT, then you can say, "Hey ChatGPT, give me a footer with using DaisyUI and the Tailwind CSS," right? So let me copy and paste the footer as this pure UI based component. Don't need to write all these lines by your own. And it's using a component with the name of medical disclaimer. Let me copy it from here and we will create this component. And here I will show you the medical disclaimer, or we can copy and paste as well, as this one is also a pure UI. Compact is equal to false by default, and we have some gradient and main div, then an alert box for important medical disclaimer and guidance. If not compact, then do serve this, right? Let me save it, and if I show you the output, here you can see the beautiful hero section. Then we have a beautiful about section, featured doctors. Then at the end we have the footer, a beautifully created footer. We can go to the doctors page. We can go to the pricing page. We can go back to the home page as well. Perfect. So inside the footer we have a logo, then some paragraph and the date as copyrights. And this one is the medical disclaimer. We can check it from here. Actually, there is a bug inside the Next.js because we have this medical disclaimer, and here you can see the code, and that is the thing that we are using here, and you can see that one, right? Let me close the medical disclaimer, close the footer. We are done with the public layout as well. Now we will create our doctor's page. This one, if we go to doctors, and here you can see we have doctor's page. We will complete this one, and then we reload. Our home page is working completely fine. Okay, I think here we have no icon. Okay, we have to set the icon as prop inside the featured doctors. I think we have not unpaced it. Okay, here, let me write as, let me first check empty state component, what they expecting. Okay, we have to send the icon. So here I will write as, here I will write the icon as globe of this icon. Let me save and check. Okay, let me reload, and okay, but they will, it will be worked after a hard reload, or when we will rerun the rerun our next application, then it will be okay. I think it should be icon. Here if I reload, and here you can see we have the icon, this one. Now we will complete our doctor's page, or we can go to doctor's page from the consult doctor as well. Here we have the doctor's page, right? And if we check the mobile screen for the responsiveness, here you can see a beautifully displayed home page. We have a beautiful hero section, about section, and then we have the featured doctors. All right. Great. Here inside the about section, 99.9% uptime. If we go to core pillars, badge SM, badge info, badge outline. Here if we give the padding as padding 1 and let me check. Here we have fixed this, right? We can give the padding as 2 as well. Let me close the about section and now we will go to our doctor's page. We will complete this doctor page, and for the doctor's page, first of all, we will make this component as a client component by writing use client, and in for the imports what we will have, we will import the use fact, doctor card, title, empty state, skeleton, use doctor store hook, and these icons, right? And here we will const doctors is loading error and fetch doctors from use doctor store, right? And here we will write the use fact as well. Fetch doctors, and inside the dependency array we will also write the fetch doctors. And after this we will write const doctors is equal filtered doctors. Filtered doctors is a function. So first of all, we will go inside the use doctor store. We'll go inside the data store, and here we will create the uh, filtered doctors, right, that we have used here. And we will also get it from the doctor store, and here we will create. Here after the fetch doctors, we will write the filtered doctors. Filtered doctors will be an array function, and obviously here will be a comma, and inside the filtered doctors function we will write const. We will destructure the doctors and specialty filters. For the filtered doctors we will also create a set specialty filter state, specialty filter state, and here we will use its setter function, specialty filter, and let me make it in single line. And here at the top we will initialize the specialty filter as all. Actually these are the kind of filters like all doctors, nutrition doctors, general doctors, right, gyna doctors, right? So kind of that thing. And here we will take the doctors and the specialty filter. We will destructure both things from the get method, right? And after this, we will check if specialty filter is equal all, then return doctors. Otherwise, we are filtering the doctors with the help of doctor dot specialty. If the doctor dot specialty is equal to specialty filter, then simply return that doctor and save all those doctors inside the filter doctors. And after this, we will also create the specialties. It will be an AC function, arrow function, and here I will write const doctors is equal to get, and then we will return all the specialties spread operator, and will accept the suggestion and doctor dot speciality. After this, we will sort them as well, right? And after completing this doctor store hook, let me take it to the top here, and here inside the doctor's page we will get the specialties as well. We have fetch doctors. Let me delete these doctors, and we have is loading, error, fetch doctors, filter doctors, and specialties. Here I will write we will get the specialty filter and set specialty filter as well. Let me wrap the file so you can see the whole code. And after getting all these, const doctors is equal to filter doctors, and we will write the const specialty list is equal specialties. Let me copy it from here. Okay, specialties function, and inside the return we will have a div, and inside this div we will have a title. The title will be as specialist agents, and subtext, let me save, and here if I show you, let me close, and we will go to the consult doctor. Specialities is not a function. Okay, here we have specialties like this. Let me save and let me show you again. Here we have the title and the description. So after this, we will write the div. Inside this div, we will write the aside, or we can write it as left sidebar. Actually, this will be enough. And here we will write a tag with the name of aside and a div. Then we will have the sparkles, and it will be an icon. Let me write it as these sparkles are coming from the DaisyUI. After the sparkles, let me give it some classes as well. The classes will be size 4 and text info, and we will have a span. Inside the span we will have specialty filter text, specialty filters, right? And after this closed div, we will create a div. Inside this div, we will have a button. And inside this button, we will have a all specialty text. And after this all specialty button, we will have the all the specialty lists. So we will map to, let me escape for AI suggestion, and here we will map through each specialty list item through the specialty list. And here we have all the buttons. Here if I show you, we have all the buttons after mapping through the specialty list, right? And after this button, we have the closing div and the aside closing tag. And here we will write the right side. Left side as sidebar and the right side as main content, or we can write it as doctors. And here we will write main tag. Inside this main, we will write here we will check if the is loading, then show the loading skeleton. And we will check if we have the error or we have the empty match. We will check if we have any error, or if we have any error, then show the error. Otherwise, empty match expression, right? And after this, we will write the actual grid that will be doctors. And here we will write as if not is loading, then doctors dot length is greater than 0, then doctors dot map. Then do what? Then we will have a div, and inside this div, we will map through the doctors dot map doctor, and doctor code key doctor dot id, and doctor is equal to doctor, right? Here for now we will write as doctor dot slug, because data is coming from the data is static data, not from the database. So let me format the document as well. And now it's time to style the page. Here, if we go to the doctor store, and let me go from here, from this path, and here we have fetch doctor set is loading to true, and we are not making the set loading as false. That's we are constantly uh, let me reload. I think okay, we are not getting the doctors. We are constantly getting the no specialty found, and after this we are constantly getting the skeleton. So here we forgot to make the set loading as false, and here we will write it as doctors are an empty array and is loading false. Let me save, let me close, and now the issue will be resolved. Here you can see we have all the doctors and the filters are working fine. As you can say 5 and 7, or we can write it them as 3 and 9 kind of. like, and here we will have some classes as for large screen column span will be 3 and space by 4. It will be sticky and top to 24. And this div will be a flex and item center. Class name, flex item center, gap 2, padding X, and text color. And this span will be of text access and font bold. We will set it text access, font bold, upper cross, and tracking will be wider. And the div will be the buttons div will be a menu and border radius, padding 2, and gap and width will. And the button have some classes as button active, otherwise button soap. Special is dot map, and then we have the main tag, that is the content. So it will have spans like 9 spans and space by 8. Total spans are 12. Here you can see total spans on large screen are 12. We have given 3 spans to the aside and 9 spans that are remaining to the main content. And here we have error check and is loading check, and then we have doctors check. Inside the doctors check, we will change this key to doctor.id, then we will get the data from the database. So that's why we have marked as red. Okay, here we are checking if not is loading and doctors.length is greater than 0, then this div will be a grid and grid columns 1, and for large screen grid columns will be for large screen grid columns will be 2, and for extra large grid columns 3, gap 5. We will save it and let me show you the final result. Beautifully designed, beautifully crafted, our doctor's page. Right. If we go to the mobile screen, then it will be mobile responsive as well. You can see we have doctors and pricing. Perfect. We are on pricing page. Here we have doctors on the doctors page, and from here we can go to the pricing page as well. And if we go to the doctors page and here we click on consult now, then we will be redirected to the doctor details page, that is /doctor name, right? So we will create this page. Here we will go inside the doctors, and here we will create a new file, and here we will write as slug, and then we will create the page.jsx, right? RAFCE. We will write it as doctor details. Let me save, and here you can see doctor details page. Currently we are on Dr. Sarah Chen, and here if we go to Dr. James, consult now, then you can see /doctor James Wilson. For completing the Dr. details page, we will need a user, because when we will click on consult doctor, or you can say when we will click on the button kind of start voice consultation or start call, then we will check the user as well, and we will be checking the if the user is a free user or a premium subscription having user, right? So we will be using the backend as well. We will be using the authentication. So first of all, we will implement the authentication. For the authentication, we will be using the clerk, and we will set up the clerk first. Then we will create the APIs, and we will implement the clerk inside our application as well. We will create user, sign up user. We will use ingest for creating the signing up and creating the user and updating the user. And we will also be getting the events using the ingest, right? And here is the I have created a document and a canvas so you can understand it better how things will work and how our project will be working. If we go to the document, and here is the workflow assets slash doctors.js file. We have already created the assets slash doctors.js file in which we have Dr. Seed and we have the disclaimer as an AI prompter kind of, right? So we have already created this. We will set up the Prisma and we will create these files, and then we will have the Neon database. Then we will have the APIs, Zustand already created, and we have the doctors page, right? So here is the workflow. Workflow basic is first of all, we will get the doctors from the assets doctors.js file, and using the Prisma and seed.js file, we will upload these doctors to the database, right? Inside the doctor agent table, because the Neon will be using the tables. And we have uploaded to the doctors to the database, and from the database we will be uh, getting the doctors using the API, and API will be used inside the Zastan store. From the API, the doctor's data will be inside the Zastan store. That is our doctor store.js file inside the Zastan. We will call the API inside the doctor store file, or you can say it as a hook. And from that Zastan's doctor store hook, we will be getting the doctors inside the doctors page. Currently, we are directly getting the doctors from the doctors file, and when we will set up the database and the APIs, then we will be getting the doctors with this workflow with backend logics, and we will be getting the doctors from the database. And here are the some information for our AI medical consultation application. So here I have described in some few words kind of users browse doctors agents. The user will sign up and he or she will be browsing the doctor's agents inside our doctor's page, and he will select a doctor consult now, and here inside the doctor details page he will get a button kind of call the doctor or contact doctor, right? And then he will start a live voice call using Vapi. We will be using the Vapi for the live voice call, and we will save the call metadata and structured consultation reports, right? And then after this we will be review calls later in our dashboard. We will we will create a nav link here. Nav link will be kind of dashboard, and we will check if the user is the authenticated user. When the user is logged in, then we will display that dashboard button here, and the user will go to dashboard and check all the history of his or her calls, how many calls they have created or how many sessions they have joined, right? And he will check all the reports for that specific doctor. So this one is a simple workflow, and here I have described in canvas as well. Here if I show you, first the user is inside the doctor's page. Inside the doctor page he will have a button kind of call the doctor, contact doctor kind of, and when he will click that button, we will check if the user is authenticated or not. If the user is not authenticated, not logged in, then he will be served with the login or sign up page that we will be getting from the clerk. And if the user is already logged in, that's mean if the user is authenticated, then he will be getting a dashboard page button here as well, and he can go to the dashboard as well. And if the user is authenticated, then he will also can call the doctor. And if the doctor is, some doctors are free and some doctors are premium. Here you can see premium and some doctors are free. So we will check when the user will click on the call button inside the call page. We will check if the user has a subscription, free subscription, or he is a premium user. So we will check his subscription as well using the Clerk. And using Clerk, subscription is very easy to use. You can say it drag and drop only, nothing else, no functionality. All the functionality will be handled by the Clerk. And we will check if the user is a free user or the premium user. If the user is a free user, let me control Z. Then if the user is a free user and the doctor he or she is going to contact is a premium doctor, then he will be served with the pricing page. We will navigate the user to the pricing page so he or she can update his subscription level. And also the free user has limited access. For example, he can only contact the doctors they have labeled as free. And if the user is a premium user, then he will get the full access. That's mean he will call all the doctors, right? So this one is a basic logic and basic workflow for our AI medical consultation application. Now we will go to the Clerk and we will set up the Clerk inside our application. We will go inside the Clerk and we are landed on the Clerk homepage. And here you can see the easiest way to build user authentication, increase conversations, secure users, and easily manage your authentication flow all out of the box, right? And here you can see they have all the components, kind of sign in component, user button. This will be the user button drop down, and user profile. This one is the user profile. All the necessary things. You can read their docs if you have not already used the Clerk. And from here, you can sign in or sign up as well. I will go to the sign in because I have already created an account. So here you can create your application from here, and here you can write your application name. We will write it as Modify. We will be using email and Google. All other options then we will be clicking, then they will be added here. For example, we added Apple got added. We will use only Gmail. I will click on create application. Here they are displaying all the details, how you can set up the Clerk using the AI. But we will go down and here we will go for the alternative step-by-step guide. Docs quick start, and here we have quick start app router and the pages router. We will go for the manual setup, and inside the manual setup we have create a new Next.js app that we have already created. We will install the Clerk slash Next.js. Let me copy it from here, and here we will go to this second terminal and npm install Clerk. We will install the Clerk and set your Clerk API keys. Let me copy it from here. We will go to the .env file. Let me create it here. .env, and here we will create the environmental variables. We will paste what we have copied. And after these Clerk variables, Let me save the file and we will go for the fourth step, that is Clerk middleware to your application. Clerk middleware grants you access to user authentication state through your app. To add Clerk middleware to your app, for these steps, if you are using Next.js less than 15 or equal to 15, then name your file middleware.css. We will use proxy.ts because we are using Next.js 16, I think, or 17. The code itself remains the same, only the file name changes. Create a proxy.ts file. If you are using the /src directory, create proxy.ts in the src directory. Create proxy.ts in the root directory. So we will use this proxy, create this proxy.ts in the root file. Proxy.ts, let me close the environmental variables. Let me copy the code, paste it here, and here inside the proxy.ts, we have this code. Obviously, we will make some changes here to protect our routes, right? Like we will protect the dashboard route, we will protect the call route, right? And after this, we have Clerk provider and Clerk components to your application. Here inside the layout.tsx file, we will add the Clerk provider and wrap the children inside the Clerk provider inside our main layout.jsx file, right? So we will go inside the layout.jsx file. Let me minimize this, minimize the assets, minimize the public, and inside the app we have the main layout.js file, right? So let me take it to the first tab, and here we will write the Clerk provider. So after the HTML and the body tag, we will write the Clerk provider. Here you can see HTML and body. After body tag, we will be using the Clerk provider. Copy and paste, and we will wrap all other things inside the Clerk provider. Let me format selection, and we can make it single line. And inside the Clerk provider, we have wrapped the toaster and the children. So all the children, that mean all the routes will be go through the Clerk provider. And let me import the Clerk provider from the clerk/nextjs. Imported, and let me save. We will make it in single line as well, so the code will look more clean and understandable. Inside the HTML, we have body and the Clerk provider and toaster children. Okay, enough with this file. We can safely close the layout.js file, and here inside the Clerk docs, here they are displaying some information, kind of how you can use the show component and use the when property, when sign in and when sign out, user button, sign in button, sign up button, and here's the run your project, create your first user. Okay, I will close this from here, and now what we will do, we will open the ingest. We will go to the ingest and we will sign up from here. If you have not already signed up, then you can simply sign up through the Gmail account. It's very easy. Only you have to give some information, kind of uh, inside the company you can write any name or some basic details, right? So I will go to the sign in because I have already created an account. I will go to the Google, and here is the when you will sign up the sign up on the ingest, then you will be safely landed to this dashboard on the apps section, right? And here inside the proxy.ts, we will protect the dashboard and the call routes. So I will write here as here after the imports, I will write const is protected is protected. And here we will write create router matcher. Actually it will be create route matcher. We will import it, and here it will be an array, and inside this array we will write all the routes that we want to protect. Dashboard, and here we will protect the call page, and we will write it as star, and we will write it as dot star as well. And here we have export default clerk middleware, and it will be an async function. Here we can write as auth and request, and here we will write if is protected. We will take the request, and here we will write await auth dot protect. Here we are simply saying if is protected, then await auth dot protect, right? We are calling the protect function, and the remaining things will remain same. Let me save the file, and we will save and close this file, and I will show you the test of this setup that we have made inside the proxy.ts. After that we will okay, here if I show you the slash call page, if this route is protected or not, as you can see, when we are going to the slash call route, then we are asking for the authentication. That's mean the slash call route is protected. And we have also made the slash dashboard route protected. Let me check. As you can see, instead of going to the slash dashboard, we are first serving with the authentication option. We need to log in or sign up, right? We will go back, and our setup is working fine. Now what we will do, uh, I will go to the navbar first, and here we will create the button. Here inside the navbar, what we will do, we will remove this hardcode user from here, and here we will import the user clerk, user button, and use user from clerk Next.js. Use clerk, user button, and use user from clerk Next.js. And here I will write destructure the user from the use user hook. Use user hook, and we will get the open sign in from the use clerk hook. Open sign in, we will get the suggestion as well, and const path name is equal to use path name already did. We will take it to the top, and here inside the button, here we have the buttons, and inside this div we will check. We are all already checking, if not user, then display this button, and this button will have a on click function as well, and we will use the open sign in method. We will save it, and here we will display the profile. It will be a div, and inside this div we will use the user button, and here we will write after sign out URL will be, sorry, after sign out, let me write it as after sign out URL is equal slash, that is homepage. Maybe it's deprecated, but don't worry, we will be adding, no problem. And here will be the classes as well. So we will make it as, it will be a avatar and some border and rounded full. Let me save it and check. Here we'll click on sign in. No specialist count. Let me reload the page. Okay. Let me check the sign in button. If we go to the sign in, then we will be served with the user button. And from here, if we click on continue with Google, click on continue, set up the ingest and the database. So before going to the ingest, I will open the, let me close this eraser docs. We can also close the Tailwind DaisyUI, and here I will open the Neon database. So we will go to the Neon. We will go to the Neon serverless Postgres. You can go to sign up with some few steps, 2 or 3 steps. They will ask some basic information, but I will go to the login because I have already created an account. And also I am actually, Neon is a modern serverless PostgreSQL database platform that is built mainly for modern web applications, SaaS applications, serverless deployments, and AI applications um, like this one that we are building, and because of scalable cloud applications, right? So Neon helps building these type of applications, and developers love this much because of its features, because of its serverless features, right? And because of its PostgreSQL. From here, I will click on login and I will log into my account, and then we will set up the Neon into our application. If you will go for sign up, then you will be, after signing up, you will be landed on the welcome screen, the console.neon slash welcome. From here, you can create a project. I will click on create project, and here we will write the project name. We will call it as Modify and create. Here we have successfully created the Modify project, and this one is our dashboard for the Modify. And when you will click on here, then you will get all the applications that you have created inside this account, right? And here we have the tables. If we go inside the tables, currently inside the tables we have nothing, 0 tables in public schema. We will set up the neon database inside our project. So for this purpose, what we will do, we will go inside the docs. Here I will write neon docs, neon, and here we are inside the neon documentation. I will go inside the development and inside the ORMs. Let me click ORMs, and here we will click on the Prisma. We will go to the Prisma. We will set up the neon with the help of Prisma, right? As an Prisma ORM to your neon Postgres database. Connect from Prisma to neon. And here is the documentation. You can read all. And here is the prerequisites, a neon account and project that we have already created, and Node.js 18 plus already installed, a Node.js or TypeScript project we have already created, setup one. Let me copy it from here, and inside the terminal we will paste it here. Let me paste and enter. And the step 2 is get your connection strings. From your Neon console, click connect and copy both connection strings. From your Neon consoles, click connect. Neon console, click connect. Inside the dashboard, we will click on the connect. And from here, we will copy the, it's been loading. Here the connection string has been loaded and I will copy it from here. Copy snippet. It's a pooling connection. And here we will paste it inside the .env file. Here I will write as database URL with pooling, and let me enter, and here it will be direct URL. Direct URL. It will be without pooling. Let me copy and paste it here like this, right? And we will save it. Let me save the file and we will go to the documentation. Pooled connection has dash pooler in the host name. Here you can see dash pooler. Okay, this one, dash pooler, right? I think we have copied the same, maybe. Let me check. Okay, thank God we have checked it twice. Let me copy the snippet again and paste it here. Actually, after the latest update of VS Video Studio Code, they have some bugs. Let me open again and let me check it again. Let me close and let me paste it here. And here you can see the first one has a pooler and the second one is without the pooler, right? Let me save and let me run the application. It will be npm rundev. Okay, let me close it. Npm rundev. Let me open the second terminal and we will install this setup again. Maybe this one has not been completed. So for make sure that it's installed, we will install again. This step is for me. I have installed the second time for making sure it's getting installed because my Visual Studio Code has been crashed and I have to open it again. So we have okay, here we have added both, we have copied both connection strings and pasted in the .env file as a database URL and a direct URL like this. And here you can see the database URL has a dash pooler and the direct URL has no pooler, right? Step 3, configure your Prisma schema. So we can copy it from here and we will create the Prisma /schema.prisma file. If you don't have a Prisma schema yet, run npx Prisma init to create one. Then update Prisma /schema.prisma file. So we will copy this command from here and we will run it here. Let me finish this first. Here it has been completed and now we will paste the npx Prisma in it. And currently inside the lib we have Zustand and we have all these folders. Yet let me enter npx Prisma in it. And here the Prisma folder has been created with the schema.prisma file, right? Now we will go inside the documentation, configure your Prisma schema. Obviously, we will edit the schema file. And here in Prisma 7 Plus, do not include a URL. Here we have no URL. And after the third step, we have step number 4, prisma.config.ts file. Control C, and here we will create this file, new file, prisma.config.ts file, and a file or folder prisma.config already exists. Okay, here we have already a prisma.config.ts file generated with the npx prisma init command. With this command npx prisma init, and here you can see written as prisma.config.ts file has been created. You can read these things. Let me. And after the fourth step, we have the step 5, create your Prisma client db.ts file. We will create this file as well, and we will create it inside the library. All right. Inside the library, new file db.ts, and here inside the db.ts, let me copy this code, paste it here. Let me save, and after this we have step number 6, generate client and push schema. npx prisma generate npx prisma db push. Right. We can copy it from here. You after this command, after running these commands and completed, you can connect, you can now use Prisma client in your application. We will use the Prisma using this method, import Prisma from db.tss and const user is equal to await prisma.user.findMany method, right? Enough with this. Let me go here. Let me close the sidebar, and here inside that db.ts we have Prisma client generated Prisma. Cannot find module dot slash generated Prisma its corresponding type. Let me remove it from here and control space, select and control space. We will select this one, and now it's imported from the correct path, right? Connection string process.env database URL, right? Export const Prisma, new Prisma client adapter. Oh, sorry, a dangerous mistake. Let me remove it from here and let me select it, control space, and we will import it from the. Let me open it from here. Okay, actually we have not generated the Prisma, that's why we can't. Let me control Z, and here we are on the default, this one. This one, db.ts, this default one, on this variant. Here I will edit some things, like I will edit the prisma.config.ts file as well. I will edit the db.ts file. I will edit the schema.prisma. So first of all, inside the schema.prisma file, we will add some schema. You will also get the code that I will copy and paste it here. You will get that code uh, from the starter pack. The link is in the description. Let me paste it here. What I have pasted is some enumerations of plant tire. Plant tires will be free and premium, and call status that we will be using in progress, processing, completed, and failed. The user will have ID, email, name, image, plan type, created and updated at calls. So these are the some schema models for uh, for creating a user and saving it to the Neon database, right? And for saving the Dr. agent to the database, we have some schemas as ID, slug, name, specialty, description, and we have also the schema for call session, right? You will get this code. The link is in the description inside the starter pack. I will close this schema.prisma file, and inside the prisma.config file, we will write as import.env config, define config. I will import the env and schema.prisma migrations path prisma slash migrations, and we will have seed as well. I will write it as seed we will get from the doctors file. Inside the assets, this will be a seed file. Oh, sorry, not this one. This one is our assets file. Here inside the prisma we will create the seed.js file. So this seed.js file will have some code as this seed.js file will have some functions kind of for uploading our assistants, sorry, uploading our doctor agents to the database, or you can say the Vapi as well, because we will be using the Vapi for the audio live calls. So let me close this seed.js file, and here we have written the seed path that will be path and initialization as npx tsx, and here I will write as prisma slash seed.js, and data source will be the URL as, here I will write env, and it will be direct URL. We will be using the direct URL because we will be uploading the doctor agents to the database. Direct URL, and it will be inside the double quotes. Let me save this file, save the db.ts file, save the prisma. We have added the schema inside the schema.prisma file as well. Now we will go for this last step that was remaining. Let me copy it from here and we will add it here. Generated Prisma client, and now this error will be gone. This indication generated Prisma client and it's working, still installing, and it's been completed. Your database is now in sync with your Prisma schema. Done. Now if I show you inside the tables, let me close. We will go inside the tables, and here inside the tables our schema has been uploaded. We have call sessions, doctor agents, and the users. Inside the user we have ID, email, name, image, plan tire, all the schema that we have added inside the schema.prisma file, this file, right? Let me, okay, I think this Prisma client has not been, let me control space, and here we have the generated Prisma client. Now it's imported from the correct path, that is generated Prisma client inside our db.ts file, right? Let me close this db.ts file. Let me close the prisma.config file. We will close the .env file. We'll close the navbar. We will close the doctor's page, and we have doctor's details page. But first we will complete our database setup. As we have successfully completed the Neon database, now it's time to push the user and the agents to the database. So first we will push the user inside the database. So for this purpose, we will be using the ingest, and here we will go to the ingest and we will open the ingest documentation. Inside the help and feedback, we have the ingest documentation. Here we will click on get started with Next.js. Next.js quick start. Before you start, you can use any existing Next.js project for this tutorial. You don't have create a new one by running this one. I will go for first step, install ingest, copy it from here, and here I will write paste the npm install ingest. We go for the second step, that is run the ingest dev server. This second step is for if you want to run the dev server inside the local environment, but we will not be doing this. That's why we will be skipping that step. And here we will go for the app router and we will create the ingest and client.ts file. Let me copy it from here. Here in the root directory, I will create a new file that is inside the ingest folder. Ingest client.ts file. And what we have to paste it inside this, let me copy it from here and here we will paste it. Here I will write it as modify app, right? Here let me write it as modify CodeWithUsman, and after this we will go for second step. Next step, that is for the app router you also need to create a route handler that serves the ingest API. So inside the app we need to create the API ingest and route.js file. Inside the app, let me create new file and paste it here, route.js, and let me copy it from here. Let me paste it here, save. And after this, the fourth step is write your first function inside the ingest folder, functions.js file. Let me copy it from here, and here is some example how to create your first function, right? Then register the function with your serve handler, right? Inside the functions we will add the function. Like here they have created process task and they have added the process task inside this functions that we have created inside the third step, this code, right? So we will add those functions here after we will create them. So create the functions.js file inside the ingest. Here we have the ingest, here new file. Inside the root ingest folder we will write it as functions.js, and we will write it as client.js as well. And here inside the functions.js, but we will have here inside the functions Let me minimize it. We will create our first function to for the user, that will be create the user inside the database, neon database. So here I will write import Prisma. We will import the Prisma from let me auto import. Here I will write function that runs when a user is created in Clerk. I will add a comment here. Let me close the sidebar, and here I will write add export const sync user created. It will be ingest from dot client and ingest dot create function. And here we will have an object. Inside that object we will write the id as sync user created, and triggers will be an array. Inside that array we will write the object as event, and it will be slash clerk slash user dot created. Here I will write an async function, and inside this async function we will take the event and arrow function console.log, sorry, clj, and inside the console log we will write sync user created function event, sync user created event, and we will console log the event, and we will destructure the data from the event, and we will also console log the data. We will get data from the event and console log the data. User data as data. CUNS const email will be data dot email addresses, data dot email addresses. We will take the first one from the array, and here we will write dot email address. We will write the const name as data dot first name plus data dot last name, and here we will add a format as using upsert ensures that duplicates. We will use the upsert here, that will ensure that duplicates the books during testing don't crash your server, right? So here I will write await prisma dot user dot upsert, and here we will write where id as data dot id, and here we will write the create as well. Create, inside the create we will write the id as data dot id email name, and the image as data dot image url, and otherwise an empty string. And after the create we will write update will be as email name and image will be data dot image url, otherwise empty object. And here this function has been completed, and the second function we will create for the sync user update. Export const sync user updated ingest dot create function. Let me take the suggestions. Okay, here we have export const sync user updated ingest dot create function, sync user updated Inside the triggers we have clerk user dot updated, and async event cast data from the event, and we will delete these logs, and we will take the email and the name. Let me delete this console log from here. And one more thing, we can you can add the console logs or you can remove the console logs from here, right? And you can directly add this here as email is equal to data dot email, right? And for the name you can directly add it here, and you can remove it from here, so everything remains clean like this, right? You can write it like this as well, right? But as we are using inside the create and the update inside both, that's why we will not do this. Let me control Z, and we will create the variables. We will use the variables as like this, right? So this one is much clean. We are getting the email from here, name from here, right? And here as well, right? So here we are getting the data from the event, and after this we will write, we are getting the data from event, and after this we will write await, or we can create the variables again as well. Here we will write await prisma dot user dot update, and their id is data dot id, and data is email name and image as data dot image url, right? After this update function sync user updated, we will create the sync user deleted, right? First of all, we will write a comment so you can understand it better, and here I will accept the AI suggestion. Export const sync user deleted ingest dot create function. Let me review the AI code. If it has written right, sync user deleted, triggers clerk slash user dot deleted, and we are taking the event and destructuring the data from the event. Await prisma dot user dot delete. Their ID is data dot id, and one thing more that we will do here, we will write a catch as well. Inside the catch, we can handle the error as well, right? Or we can remove it as well. Now we have created all the functions that will be used for saving our user to the database. So here what we will do, we will add those functions inside the route.js file that is inside our API slash ingest folder. So we will add all those functions here. That's mean we are creating that's mean we have created the API for the ingest, right? So here inside the functions we will write, oh sorry, here we will sync user created, sync user updated, and sync user deleted. Sync user deleted, right? Save, and here we have sync user created. Let me import it as well from ingest functions. Let me save the file, and now we will check if the user has been uploaded to the Neon database or not. We are done with ingest setup as well from the documentation. Okay, we have did all these steps, and we are done with the Neon database as well. for the documentation, for the setup. And know what we will do? We will upload our code to GitHub, and then we will deploy our application, and we will copy the deployed link and paste it here. Then we will create a app here. So here we can go to our apps, and here we will click on sync new app. The apps you are seeing here, that apps are already created. So here we will sync new app, right? Sync new app and sync manually. And we will also paste our event keys and signing keys. Let me add the event key and signing key first. Then we will sync the app. First of all, let me add the ingest key. Let me copy it from here. This one was our event key. Open the .env file. We are done with the functions.js file. We are done with the route.js file. Now inside the .env file, we will create the ingest event key. Ingest event key, right? And we will also create the ingest signing key. Signing key. Let me copy it from here. Default ingest signing key. Let me open. No, the signing key has been opened. Let me copy it from here. This one is our signing key. Now we can go back to the apps. We can sync a new app, and here we will paste our deployed application URL. First, I will paste the signing key here. Let me save the .env file, close the .env file, and we will upload our code to GitHub. Let me minimize these changings, minimize this graph. Okay, here I will write first commit, publish branch, publish to GitHub private repository, updating files. We will go to the Vercel. Let me open the Vercel account. I will log into my Vercel account. You can also log into your Vercel account, and if you have not already signed up, then you can sign up using the GitHub, and you will link your GitHub to your Vercel account. Two-factor authentication. Okay, we will click on add new, and here we will create a new project. We'll click on project, and here we can import the Git repositories. I have already connected my GitHub account. If you have not already, then you can add your GitHub account from here. 3 minutes ago, I will import it and modify Next.js / environment variables. Let me copy from here. Here inside the .env file, let me Control A C, and here we will paste the environmental variables, and they get added automatically, and we will click on deploy. Deployment has been started, and after 51 seconds our deployment has been completed, and congratulations. Continue to dashboard. We will click on domains if they will be get loaded. Okay, modify -uid 10. Let me check. If we go to the domains, Click on edit. If the modify.vercel.app is available, remove all domains, save. Cannot add modify.vercel.app since it's already assigned to another project. Let me check if the modify.vercel is available or not. Okay, let me close this and we will use the modify dash CodeWithUsman.vercel.app. Let me save, remove all domains, save. And from here we will go back to our overview. Here is our deployed link. Let me copy it from here and we will go to the ingest sync new app, right? We are inside the apps and the sync new app, and here we will add the app URL and slash API slash ingest, app URL and slash API slash ingest, sync app. Our app has been successfully synced, and modify underscore CodeWithUsman is the app ID, and modify CodeWithUsman vercel.app slash API slash ingest, right? And we have three functions that has been fetched. And now what we will do, we can close this Next.js docs from here, and we will reload this localhost 3000. And here what we will do, let me go to the user profile, manage account. Currently inside the users tables, inside the user, we have no user available. From this user we will go to the security, and then we will delete the account from here and create again. They are asking for the authentication. We will go to the Gmail and add the code. Let me copy this code from here, and here I will paste it. And now when we will sign up, our user should be added inside the database. Sign in, continue with Google, continue. We have successfully signed up, logged in, and if we go to the new console inside the user, we should get a user here. And the reason why the user has not been added to the database because we have not set up the ingest inside the Clerk. So we will go inside the configurations for our modify project. Here I will go to the developers, and inside the developers we have the webhooks. I will go to the webhooks, and here we will add the webhooks for the ingest. Here inside the endpoints, I will click on plus add endpoint, and we will use the ingest, connect messages to ingest. Here we will attach our ingest account to this Clerk, connect to ingest and approve. We will give permissions, connected, and we will click on create. And our ingest webhooks has been created. Now what we will do, enough for the Clerk. We can close the Clerk from here, and we will go to the user again, manage account, security, delete account. Here successfully deleted, and now we will click on sign in, continue with Google, click on continue, and we are successfully signed up using the test account. Now let me check the user again. Let me reload it from here. Still the user has not been added. Let's take loading. Let me go to the doctor's agent and go back to the user as well. Okay, something is missing. So we will go inside the ingest and check for our new application that we have created. We will check the events. We will go inside the runs. Let me reload. And here if we go to runs and let me check application as modify underscore core with small. Refresh runs. Refresh runs. Okay, we have inside the modify core with small, we have only two events. Here if we go for user.deleted, that is failed, and here we have details and Prisma is not defined. Okay, reference error, Prisma is not defined. We will go inside the route. We will go inside the functions. Functions file is inside the ingest functions.js. Here we have not imported the Prisma. Let me import the Prisma from the libdb file. Let me save, and now we will check again. We will go to the, let me quickly delete this. Inside the security, I will delete the account. Delete account. I will copy and paste, and now we will again sign up, and I hope we will never get any error this time. Continue with Google. Now if we go to the Neon database and if we refresh, we will deploy our changings as well. Functions.js updated, functions.js fixed, commit, and sync changes. We will go to the Vercel here inside the deployments. Let me reload. Here we have functions.js fixed with error. Let me redeploy. Generated Prisma client. Deployment created, and let me check if the error is exists. I think it should work fine because it was working already. we have successfully deployed before, and we again got the error as where is the error? One more thing that we forgot to add is that inside the package.json we have to make some inside the package.json, and here we will add the post install. Here after the start, here we will write post install, and it will be Prisma generate. That is required. Prisma generate. And here inside the build we will write Prisma generate and next build, right? So we will write the Prisma generate here as well, and we will add the post install as Prisma generate. Let me save, and here I will add package.json updated. We have made a lot of mistakes, but don't worry, this one is the part of development. Sync changes, and we will go to the deployments. Inside the deployments, we have, okay, let me reload the page. Here we have package.json updated, and we will redeploy it from here. Deployment created, and I hope we will not get any errors. Here after 42 seconds, our deployment has been completed, and now we will check again. We will sign in, continue with Google, and select the account. We are logged in, and now everything is correctly added. Now our user should be added, and here you can see our user has been added. Email, name, image, each and everything, plan tire, created at, updated at, right? Call sessions, each and everything. Now what we will do, we will update our doctors to the inside this database, inside these tables, and we will also add our doctor agents to the Vapi, right? As Vapi assistants, right? So for that purpose, let me close the sidebar, close the functions, close the route.js file. So first of all, we will set up the Vapi inside our project, and then we will create all the necessary APIs, and then we will upload the doctor's data to the database, and we will also upload the doctor's data to the Vapi as doctor's assistants, right? Or you can say Vapi assistants, right? And then after uploading all the uh, doctor's agents to the database and to the Vapi, then we will complete our doctor details page, so that the doctor's page will be a functional page, right? Uh, for currently, we can close the doctor's page from here, and we will open here the Vapi. We will open the Vapi, build advanced voice AI agents. So for building the voice AI agents, we will be using the Vapi. Vapi is a very powerful. powerful voice AI platform for building AI phone agents, voice assistants, and real-time conversational applications. And you can also say it like uh, that is a developer platform that helps you create AI voice assistants that can talk with users over phone calls or web apps using natural language. You will connect AI models like OpenAI or Google Gemini kind of and add a voice provider. You will give your assistant instructions. You will give instructions to your assistant and Vapi will handles calling, speech to text, text to speech, real-time conversation and phone integrations. And the use cases are as AI receptionist, doctor appointment assistant, customer support, caller, AI interviewer, food ordering bot. So if you have not already created the account on Vapi, then you simply go for get started and you can sign up using your Google account. Otherwise, we will go for login if we have already created account. I will go for Google because I have signed up using Google. And one main thing is it's completely free for development purposes. All the all the tech stack that we are using inside this while building this application, they are completely free for development purposes, right? And here inside the Vapi, we will go down and we will click on API keys. First of all, we will copy the API keys from here. I will go to the .env file and here inside the .env file, we will, sorry, we will go down and here I will create a environmental variable with the name of Vapi API key. And after this, we will create the next public Vapi public key. And let me copy it from here, public API key, copy, and here I will paste it without the double quotes. Let me save and we can close the .env file from here. And if we go to the Vapi, now we will go to the Vapi docs, Vapi documentation, and here inside the Vapi docs, we have all the documentation. You can read the docs from here so you can understand it better. And we will go to the web calls, right? And inside the web calls, here here are the two steps for the Vapi installation. Here if we go to the installation and setup, this installation setup is using web SDK, right? Client side voice interfaces and server side call management. Choose your integration approach. We will use this one, but we will be using through the raw HTTP. And you can also use this server side call management integration as well. This one is much recommended and you should have to install npm install Vapi server SDK, right? And here is the method to create the call, and here is the creating assistant, so you can create the assistant, so you can create the call, make call to those assistants, right? So I will go for this installation and setup. Let me copy it from here and we can close the docs from here. We will go to the terminal, to the second terminal. I will paste it here. Let me enter and I will paste. Now you can see it better. Now what we will do, we will install the Axios as well. npm install Axios. We will also install the date FNS. If I show you npm date FNS for formatting the date, we will be using the date FNS. Let me copy it from here. You can read their documentation and the use case how you can use it, right? Let me close it from here. Date FNS. Okay, it will be installed. And now what we will do, first of all, here inside the library folder, we will create a file with the name of vapi.js. Vapi.js, and I will write the function for creating the Vapi assistant. So first of all, I will write the assistant payload. First of all, we will create the function for assistant payload. It will take the name and the system prompt. So here I will write name and model. The model will be an object, and we will write the provider as Google, and model will be Gemini 2.5 flashlight. And after the model, we will have the message property. Inside the message, this will be an array, and inside this array we will write an object as, we will send the role and the content as an object. Role will be system and content will be system prompt. And here we will write the voice. Voice will be an object, and provider will be 11 labs. 11 labs. And voice ID. Voice ID, we will write an ID here. And after the voice, we will write the first message and artifact plan. First message of the assistant, Vapi assistant, will be hello. Let me write it as hello, I am dollar name. How can I help you with your health questions today? How can I help you with your health questions today? Let me alt Z. Please remember, I provide general wellness guidance only, not a substitute for in-person medical care. So after this first message, we will have the artifact plan. Artifact plan. This artifact plan will be an object, and we will write the recording enabled is equal to true, and transcript plan will be enabled true. After this, we will write the transcript plan, and here we will write the analysis plan. analysis plan, and it will be Vapi analysis plan that we will create Vapi analysis plan, right? And now we will create the actual function that will be export const export async function, create Vapi assistant, create Vapi assistant, and here it will take the name and the system prompt. Here inside this create Vapi assistant, I will write a try catch block. Inside this try catch block, and inside the try block, I will write const data. We will destructure the data from the API. We will use the API as await axios.post slash axios.post, and we will write here as using the backticks dollar. I will write as Vapi base, and we will create the Vapi base at the top. Const Vapi base is equal process.env. Let me write it in braces. Process.env dot Vapi base URL, or https :// API dot Vapi dot AI, and here we will write as replace right. Let me close the sidebar, and here we will use the Vapi base. We will also create the Vapi headers here. Const Vapi headers const API key is equal process dot env dot Vapi API key, and here we will write if not API key, then throw an error. Vapi API key is not set. Otherwise, return authorization barrier $API key, and let me write it as here. And after authorization, we will put a comma and we will write the content type as well. Content type is application/JSON. And now inside the create Vapi assistant, we will write the Vapi base. Vapi base, we will use it here. /assistant, and after this we will write assistant payload that we have created here. This one, assistant payload, and inside this assistant payload, what we will have the name and Vapi headers. Sorry, name and system prompt. Let me Alt Z wrap the file so you can see the whole code. Here we have assistant payload. Inside the assistant payload, we have name and system prompt. And after this, we have headers as Vapi headers. And after this, we will return the data. Return data, and inside the cache block, we will throw the new error. Backticks, Vapi assistant creation field. Field, and here we will write the error as dollar error.response.data.message. Error.message. After this create Vapi assistant, we will write the update Vapi assistant. Let me copy down, and here we will write the update Vapi assistant. Here we will send the assistant ID as well. And we are taking the name and the system prompt here. Inside the try block, we are destructuring the data from the await as used dot patch. It will be patch and dollar Vapi base assistant slash dollar assistant ID. And after the assistant ID, we are sending the assistant payload. Inside the assistant payload as an object, we are sending the name and system prompt. And the headers are going to set as Vapi headers, the function that we have created on the top. Returning the data and cache block, throw new error, Vapi assistant update field, error.response.data.message and error.message. Now we will create the Vapi assistant plan. We will create an other file with the name of Consultation inside the library as well. Consultation.js, and here we will create the function. Let me copy it from here, the p-analysis plan. Here I will write export const Vapi assistant plan. It will be an object, and we will write the summary plan that we will get after the call and did our call finishes, right? Basically, we are creating the functions for creating the Vapi assistant, for updating the Vapi assistant. These Vapi assistants are those assistants whom with we will call as a doctor agent. We will be the patient and they will be the doctor agent. So those doctor agents are the Vapi assistants, right? And here we are giving the instructions, how they will work, how they will do, and all the setup, all the configurations that they will use. The assistants will be using the provider as 11 Labs and model as Google provider, right? And Gemini 2.5 flashlight, and they have the first message, etc., or all the necessary things. So basically, we are creating functions for creating the assistants, updating the assistants, and we will generate the summary after the call ends. So we are preparing those things for the Vapi. So here the summary plan. will be an object enabled true. And here we will write structured data plan. Structured data prompt. Structured data prompt that we will create here. Structured data prompt and structured data schema. Structured consultation schema, we can write it as so the structured data prompt will be so here we will write the export const structured data prompt. Sorry, let me write it as is equal to the prompt. I will copy and paste it here. This will be our prompt, and we will also create the schema as well. Consultation schema. Here I will write type as an object, and properties will be. So we are actually using and creating this consultation schema because we are forcing the Vapi to generate the reports using this structure, right? The report should have all these properties like complaints, severity, medications, like these things. And let me write as complete type string and description. We will add a description as primary symptom in 2 to 6 words, for example, fever or headache, right? And after the complaint, we have severity. Severity type string enumeration is mild, moderate, or severe. And after this, we have the summary. We will add the summary as well. Inside the summary, we will have the type as string. And type string and description as 2 to 4 sentences consultation summary. Let me write the description, and here I will write as description as 2 to 4 words, 2 to 4 sentences. Then we have the medication. Here, after the string, we will place the double quotes. And after the summary, we will have the medications as type string, and description will be OTC medication guidance or explicit none, right? And after the medications, we will have the recommendations. Recommendations as type string and description as lifestyle and follow-up guidance. After the recommendations, we have the required Inside the required, we have complaint, severity, medications, summary, and recommendations. We have successfully created the structured data prompt. Now, as we have created the Vapi analysis plan, now we will import it from the Vapi.js file. Here we will import the Vapi analysis from the consultations.js. That is our helper file, right? Imported, saved, and now we will create uh, now we will complete our seed.js file. Using that, we will upload our agents to the database and the Vapi dashboard as Vapi assistants, right? So here inside the Prisma, we have the seed.js file. Inside the seed.js file, we will import .env. After this, we will import the Axios, and here we will write const adapter is equal new Prisma new connection string process.env dot direct URL, otherwise process.env dot database URL. We can remove this exclamation mark as this is necessary for the TypeScript. Here it will be direct URL. And here we can see the new Prisma neon. We can import it from the Prisma adapter neon. Or the rate of Prisma adapter neon, right? Here I will write const Prisma is equal new Prisma client async function. I will write before before creating the function for the creating or updating the system. mm, we will create a function to for for finding the assistant, so that we come to know that if the specific assistant is already available or not. So here I will write find assistant, and here we will write return null, right? And after this we will create our try catch block. Inside this try block we will write destructure that data from the API call await axios.get. Here I will write http s colon // API dot vapi dot AI slash assistant, and here we can remove the params, and we will be sending only, oh sorry, we will remove the params and we will be sending only the headers. Inside the headers we have authorization barrier dollar API key. After this we will have const list is equal array is array. We are providing the data, and data actually it will be data dot data, and it will be our operator. And return list dot find assistant dot name is equal to name, otherwise null. And inside the cache block we are returning the null. After this we have a function async function sync vapi assistant doctors. Here we will write if not process dot env not process dot env dot vapi API key, then simply return the placeholder. Let me write it as placeholder doctor dot slug. It will be doctor dot slug. And after this we will do the right thing. We will save the result inside the existing variable. Const existing is equal to await find assistant by name doctor dot name. If existing dot id, then simply return the console.log, where we will write the updating vapi assistant and doctor dot name. And after this we will write await. We will call the update vapi assistant, update vapi assistant, update vapi assistant, and here it will be existing dot id and name will be doctor dot name and system prompt will be doctor dot system prompt, right? And after this we will be returning existing dot id. So existing dot id, and we will console.log as well. And inside the console.log we will write it as creating vapi assistant doctor dot name, and here we have const created. Let me write it as const created is equal to wait create vapi assistant name doctor dot name system prompt will be doctor dot system prompt, and here we will be also writing returning the created dot id. And after this we will write the main function, async function main, or we can write the async function seed, and it will be first of all we will console.log. Console.log seeding modify doctors, seeding database as well. Actually, it will be seeding modify doctors will be more accurate. Here I will write for const doctor of doctor seed. Here it will be as doctor seed from assets doctors imported. Let me import the create web assistant as well. Update web assistant from the vapi.js file. Here you can see update web assistant, create web assistant. We have imported both, and const doctor of doctor seed, and here we will write the, we will use the let vapi assistant id. Let vapi assistant id is equal to seed data.slug, and after this we will write a try catch block. Inside this try block I will write the vapi assistant id. I will use the vapi assistant id here, and we will write the await sync vapi assistant, and we will pass the doctor. Inside the catch block we will console.log console.warn. We can write the message as vapi sync skipped for dot.slug and error.message. Error.message, and after this we will write the observed from the Prisma. Await Prisma dot doctor agent dot observed. Let me import the Prisma first. Here we will get the Prisma from the Prisma neon. Here we have initialized it. Here const Prisma neon, new Prisma client, right? And Prisma client is coming from the, actually we have not imported the Prisma client. Prisma client will be coming from the lib generated Prisma client, and I think the path will be right. And here we will write wait Prisma dot doctor agent dot observed. Inside the observed, what we will write, we will send as an object, where we will write where slug will be dot.slug dot.slug, and create will be slug will be dot.slug, name will be dot.name, system prompt will be dot.system prompt, and web assistant id and is active as well. And before web assistant id and is active, we will have the slug name specialty dot specialty, and description dot description, avatar url, required plan. We will have system prompt already. We will have sort order, right? After the create method, we will be using the update. We can copy down name doctor.name, speciality. We can remove the slug, specialty description, avatar URL, required plan, system prompt, sort order, assistant ID, and is active. After this, we will console.log, cdid doctor, c.length, doctors. Actually, we will write it as cdid doctor.name, doctor.name, and here we will write, I think we have misspelled our braces. Okay, inside the try catch block, after the try catch here, this braces should come after this hair, right? Let me format selection, and now after this last braces we will write console.log seeding completed, right? And now what we will do, we will call the function seed, and we will write the dot catch console.error and process.exit. Inside console.error we will write seeding failed, write the error, and here we will write the dot finally as well. Dot finally, it will be an async function and await promise. Sorry, await promise. Sorry, not promise. It should be Prisma. Await Prisma dot disconnect, because we are disconnecting the Prisma after this seeding, right? Let me save the file, and here we will check for the bugs if we have any. mm, any typos. Okay, here it should be not create for both. It should be create and the update. Here it will be update, and here it is create, right? Perfect. I think everything is fine here. Here we will write it as existing.id, and it should be find assistant by name, not assist. Find assistant by name, right? Let me check the these two files as well. Okay, it should be structured. Let me save this file and check the vapi.js file. If we are importing the residues, okay, we are not importing the residues even. We'll import the residues, and everything is looking fine here. And another main thing, if I show you here inside the seed.js, here we should write it as, we will not use the at the rate of, we will use it as dot slash assets and doctors file. and we can use it as well. Library and the Vapi file. And we also can write it like this: library generated Prisma client. Let me check. Okay, we are getting the library and the generated and Prisma and then client, right? Because sometimes at the rate of may crash the Prisma setups, so it's safer to use the dot dot. Now we will run the seed command that we have created while setting up the Prisma. Here, this one is npx Prisma db seed. Npx Prisma db seed. As you can see here, currently we have no assistant inside the assistants, only the default assistant. Okay, we are getting npm error 404 not found, and here the error is we have misspelled the Prisma. Let me write again: npx Prisma db seed, npx Prisma db seed. Let me check again. Loaded Prisma config from Prisma config.js and running seed command. Okay, we have the errors as is active and murder property message should not exist. Let me check here. Okay, it should be is active to true. Is active will be true. Let me save, and inside the vapi.js, inside the voice model Google, this message should be messages. Let me save, and now we will rerun the npx Prisma db seed. I hope now it should work fine. Okay, the we have got an error. Argument specialty is missing, but here we have specialty string. Okay, let me check inside the seed file. We have specialty, but we have misspelled it. It should be specialty. Let me copy it from here and paste it here as well. Now we have corrected the spellings, right? So be careful. Even these tiny bugs will come, and let me, after fixing this, let me go to the web assistant. Here you can see our assistant has been uploaded with errors. That's why we will delete it from here. And now the things are working much fine. because you can see we have successfully uploaded the assistant here, but was a tiny bug. So we will clear that bug as well. And if we reload the data agents here inside the database, okay, we have nothing here. Here I will run the command again, npx prisma db seed. Okay, successfully created, seeding completed. Now if we go to squads and go to assistants back, here you can see all the 6 assistants has been uploaded. Perfect. And from here you can publish the agents, assistants, right? And if we go to the neon database, there should be the data agents uploaded as well. As you can see that Sarah Chan, James, Priya, Michael, Emily, Alex, all the 6 agents have been uploaded. Perfect. So we have successfully uploaded our data to the Vapi and the Neon Prisma. We can close this Vapi from here. We can close the deployed variant as well. Fine, we are done with Inngest as well. Now our browser is looking more clean. Okay, so enough with the terminal. Let me minimize it and know what we will do. We will get that data from the database. Currently, currently we are getting the data from the, let me close saved. Currently we are getting the data as a static data, getting from the assets doctors.js file from the doctor seed. But now we will get the data from the database because we have updated the data to the database. Here you can see we are getting the doctors from the, here inside the Zustand doctor store, you can see we are getting the doctors data from the assets. That is a static data. Now as the data have been uploaded to the database, now we will go to the app folder and we will create our doctors API. Inside the API, we will create the folder with the name of doctor doctor / route.js. Here we will import the next response from next server. From next server, let me write here next/server, and we will import the Prisma. Oh, sorry. We will import the Prisma from the libdb. Okay, we will have to import it. Here I will write export async function get request. It will be a get request, and here we will write a try catch block. Inside the try block, we will write inside the try block, we will write const doctors is equal await prisma dot doctor agent. Let me import the Prisma from the, here inside the where we will write as is active to true, is active to true, and order by, let me write here as order by created at not created at order by will be sort order because we have sort order property inside our schema as well. Sort order ascending, and we will write the name as well, name as ascending, and it will be inside an array. After this, we will have the return next response .json. We will send the doctors inside an object. Doctors, and we can set the db configured is equal to true as well, or we can write only the send only the doctors as well. So here inside the catch block, we will write console.error and the return next response. Console.error slash API slash doctors failed error.message inside the console error and returning the next response .json. Something went wrong for the UI. So we will not disclosing the real errors to the user end, right? So after completing the slash API slash doctors, we will create another route for the doctor details or specific doctor. So we will write the slug slash route.js doctors slug route.js, right? And we will complete this API as well. Let me copy this API from here, paste it here, and function will be get. Here we will use the request, and we will use the params. We will get the slug here inside that try block. Slug from the from the params, await params. Let me make it correct. Await params, and no, we are using const doctors. Here we will write the doctor because we are getting only a single doctor. Await Prisma doctor. I think it should be doctor agent. Okay, here it should be doctor agent. As you can see in the database, we have doctor agent. Doctor agent, copy, save. Doctor agent dot find first. It will be find first. Actually, it will be find first. Accept the A suggestion. We will use the find first here. There is active is equal to true, and here we will also pour the slug as well. And let me remove this from here, and here we will write the select property, and inside the select we will write id true, name true, email, phone, slug true, and after the slug we will have id, slug name, and speciality. Then description, then we will have avatar URL, then we will have required plan, will be true, and Vapi assistant id is equal to true, right? And here we will write if not doctor, then we simply return the next response with the error as doctor not found and status as 404. Return next response by JSON doctor. Let me format the document. Perfect. And let me make it in single line as well. Here one thing is important. to notice, here it will be /API/doctors, and here it will be /API/doctor/slug for the error or error check, right? And now after completing both APIs, we will go to the Zustand and we will get the data from the database. Inside the Zustand data store, we will remove the data seed from here and we will call the API. Here inside the use data store, we will use after the doctors selected doctor, we will create this state. It will be null. Initially it will be null and specialty filter will be all, is loading false, error null. Inside the fetch doctors, what we will do, we will create a try catch block. Inside this try catch block, inside that try block, we will write, let me move these two lines inside the try block, format the document, and here we will have set is loading to true, error will be null, and then we will write as const data, destructure the data from the Axios, from the API called await Axios. We will import the Axios, imported Axios dot get request, and here it will be /API/doctors. And after getting the data, we will set the doctors as data.doctors, right? And data.doctors are null or empty array and is loading to false. And we are getting the error as well. Here we will set error as failed to load doctors and is loading false. And inside the set specialty filter, okay, this should be here. After fetch doctors, we will write fetch doctor by slug. Here I will copy the code from here. Let me copy the try catch block from here and data wait as use dot get /API/doctor /slug $slug, and it will be backticks. And here we will write selected doctor. Selected doctor will be data.doctor. And if we check the API here inside the doctor, here we are sending doctors, and here inside the slug, so we cancel. Let me move this file here, drag this file here, and here we are sending the doctor inside the /API/doctor/slug. So it will be data.doctor, and we will safely remove this empty array. Here we will also return the data.doctor. After this we will return the data.doctor as well, right? Return the data.doctor, and here we have inside the errors, we will write doctor not found and is loading false, and we will return null, return as null. And here we will write the comma. Let me make it in single line. Okay, filter doctors, and inside the filter doctors we have doctors and specialty filter. We will put all fine and specialty are fine. enough for the doctor store. We can simply close it from here. We will go to the doctor's page and complete the doctor's page from here. Inside the slug, inside the page.jsx, and here is our page.jsx, our doctor details page. Here what we will do, first of all, we will copy all the imports, write all the imports. Here let me copy and paste. And here inside the doctor details page, we will write const destructure the slug from the params, use params, and after this we will write const router is equal use router, and after this we will write const destructure the user from the use user from use user, and we will get the open sign in from the use clerk, and after this we have touch doctor by slug and selected doctor, and let me copy it from here, selected doctor, and is loading from the use doctor store. After this we will write a use effect function. Inside this use effect function, first I will write the dependency array slug and fetch doctor by slug, this function, and here we will write if slug, we will write if slug, then simply we'll call the fetch doctor by slug. After this use effect we will check for the loading. Here we will write if the loading is exist, then simply render the loading skeleton. Variant will be detail, and after this here we will write const doctor, we will initialize the doctor is equal selected doctor, and here we will create a function for the call button that will be needed when we will implement the functionality of the call. Const start consultation, it will be an arrow function, and here we will write if not user, then simply open sign in, the sign in will be required, we will write open sign in, and we will return, and if the user is available then simply router dot push backticks slash call slash dollar doctor dot id, right? And if you remember, we have used doctor dot name maybe because the id was not available, but now if I show you inside the neon console, here we have the id available. Here the id has been created from the neon database, the PostgreSQL, right? So the id has been generated, and we will replace the doctor dot inside the doctor's page and the feature doctor's component. Here we will write the doctor dot id, and we will remove this. Let me save the file, let me format the document, let me format this. Okay, let me save, close the file, and we will go to the components, and inside the feature doctors we will write the doctor dot id. We will save it, and let me close the feature doctor as well. And now we will complete the UI. Here inside this div we will have a div for the profile panel. Let me alt Z, wrap the file, and here inside this div we will have a div for the image, and after this image tag, what we will have here after the image, we will write a div, and inside this div, let me write some classes, and this div will be text center. After small screen, the text will be left, and space y2, flex 1, and width full. And here we will have a div for the badge that will display the required plan, that will be free or premium, right? And after this we will have a div for the specialty and the hard coded rating. We have set it to 4.9. Let me remove the space, and after this closing div, and here this main div is also been closing here, and after this we will write text block. I will write about specialist doctor.description, and after this description we will have a div for the buttons. We will have a start wise consultation button, and we will have a back to list button, and then we will have a medical disclaimer. We will add the medical disclaimer. What? Let me save, and now we can check. Now let me save and check. Here if we go to the doctor's page, and here the doctors are loading. Let me go for Dr. Sarah Chan, consult now, and here our doctor's page, doctor page loading, doctor details page. Here you can see Dr. Sarah Chan, general practice, about, the buttons, and the medical disclaimer, right? And here the image has been loaded for the first time. That's why it took some extra time. And now we will click on start voice consultation, and then we will click on start voice consultation. Then we will be redirected to the call page. Here if I can show you, it's responsive as well. Okay, now let me close and check. Let me click on start voice consultation. 404, this page could not be found. So we will create this page first, and then this page will be outside of public folder. Here inside the app we will create the call slash page.jsx. Inside the call we have the page.jsx, right? Let me close this page. Let me close the Dr. Store as well, and we are on call page. And one thing again, I clear you that this data is coming from the database. Let me reload the page. This doctor details, and this doctor's page, this one. This data is coming from the database, right? We will go to the start voice consultation, the call page, and we will complete this page. And actually the call page is call slash id, so it will be inside the call. We will create a folder as id, and we will move this file inside the id. And as this one is the public route, and we have created the layout, we have separate layout for the public route, and that's why we will create a layout file for the call route as well. So it will be here, it will be a new file with the name of layout.js, right? Layout.jsx, we will write it as JSX, and inside this layout.jsx we will write RFCE, and I will write it as call layout, and we will pass the children here, and we will return a app shell, and we will create it as well, and here will be the children. We will create the app shell here inside the components, app shell.jsx RFCE. Let me save, and here we will write a main file, and we will open the public layout file. Here inside the public we have daughters and pricing, and this one is the layout.jsx file. I will copy these things from here and paste it here. These things will be the same for current. When you will expand the application, then you can change the layout. You can separate the layout from the public routes and the call routes. That one is the best practice. That's why we have separate layouts. And here we are using app shell as, so that we can use the app shell inside the for the dashboard as well, right? So it will be a reusable component. That's why we have created a component. And we will import the navbar. We will import the footer. We will get the children here. Children. And now we can close from here. We will import the app shell. Let me import it from here. Imported. Now we can safely close the layout.jsx file. This one as well. And here you can see we have app slash call slash id. And here we will write as call page. It will be call page, and here we will write as Dr. ID, so anyone can understand it better. Dr. ID. Perfect. And now if I show you the result, the default export is not a React component in call ID page. Let me go back, and here if I click on the start voice consultation button, here we are again getting the 404 slash call slash id. Let me check. Let me reload again. Okay, we will rerun this application. Let me clear this terminal and create another terminal. npm run dev. Here you can see we are getting the car page. The issue was with the latest Next.js with the turbo pack. This one is the root cause. So when we rerun the application, next application, then the error was resolved. Okay, now we are getting the call page, and for completing the call page, we need to set up the APIs for the call, and we will also create the helper functions that will be needed for the call endpoints and for the Vapi. Those files that we have already created inside the library, we have consultations and Vapi.js file. We will use these two files, and we will also create a store file inside the Zustand for the call, and the file name will be the call store. So first of all, we will create the APIs for the call. I will create a new file inside the API. It will be call slash route.js. This call is coming from the this call is coming from the pages. This call folder is for the pages, and this call folder is inside the API, right? And this call folder is outside of the API, and it's for the pages, right? This call folder is pages folder, and inside this API we have the call folder for the APIs. We will also create another API with the endpoint will be call slash start. Sorry, it will be start and route.js slash API slash call slash start slash route.js, and it will be call, not call, right? It's taking much time. Let me change the name from here inside the app folder, inside the API. Here I will rename the call to call. Okay, try again. Let me close the video. No, the name has been edited. Open with code. Oh, sorry. We will open the modify application. We will open this. We will open this folder inside the Visual Studio Code. And here we have slash API slash calls and slash route.js, and here we have slash API slash calls as slash start. We can close this page for now, and here we will create our first API for the call. So first of all, here I will write export const, or we can write it as export async function. It will be post request. We will write a try catch block here, and inside this try block I will write const user ID. We will get the user ID from the await auth, and after this we will check not of user ID, then simply return next response.json, error as unauthorized and status code as 401. And after this check we will write const destructure the doctor ID, destructure the doctor ID, wait from request.json, and here we will again write if not doctor.id, then simply return this next response, and here we will have error as doctor ID required, and status is 400. Here we will write const doctor. We will get the doctor from the Prisma. Await Prisma. Let me import the Prisma from lib/db, and Prisma dot doctor agent dot find unique. We will use the find unique, and here we will send as an object where property. There will take ID, and ID will be doctor ID. doctor ID and is active will be true. And here we will write if not doctor, if not of doctor, then simply do what? Then simply return next response.json doctor not doctor not found, doctor not found, and status is 404. Here I will write if not of doctor, if not of doctor dot Vapi assistant ID, then simply return next response.json. Error is doctor assistant configuration missing. You can write it as doctor does not have an assistant, or you can write it as doctor assistant configuration missing. That's mean the Vapi assistants. For example, if we are talking about the Dr. Alex scheme, then we have an assistant with the name of Dr. Alex scheme inside the Vapi. So we will not get the error for the Alex scheme, right? And status is status is 500. And here we will write const session. Here we will create a session, and here we will write await prisma dot call session dot create. And here we will have a data property. Inside the data we will have doctor agent, we will have user ID, and after the user ID we will have the doctor ID, doctor ID as doctor.id, and we will have a status, status as in progress. From the enumerations we selected the in progress, and here we have the metadata as metadata will be doctor slug, doctor slug will be doctor.slug, and here we will have a return next response.json, session ID will be session.id, and assistant ID will be doctor.vapi assistant ID, and doctor will be let me add z doctor.name, and slug we will write the slug here, slug will be doctor.slug, and name will be doctor.name. And session will be session.id. We will write it like this so we can understand it better. Assistant will be doctor.vapi assistant ID, vapi assistant ID, and doctor will be, here we will write the ID as well. ID will be doctor.id, and name will be doctor.name, and slug will be doctor.slug, right? And status will be 200. And here one thing we will write as call session ID. Actually we have already written the session.id, so we will make it call session ID, right? Call session ID. Let me save, and here we will write the console.error, and we will return the next response internal server error and status 500. Or we can write it as something went wrong, right? Let me save the file, and we will go for the, and this remaining format API error we will create it. Let me copy it from here, and we will create inside the library, right? Here inside the library we will create a file with the name of call session for the call session helper functions. call session.js, and here we will write a function with the name of export function, format API error, and here inside this we will write an error logic, format the document, and here we have 5 lines of code, right? Instance of error, if error instance of error, then return error dot message, and if error dot response dot data, then these things, otherwise return string error, kind of this. So let me take it to the left side, right side, and we have let me import it first. Successfully imported, and we are done with the slash call slash start API endpoint. Now we will complete our slash API slash calls endpoint. Here I will write export async function. It will be a get request, and let me write a try catch block here. Inside this try catch block, I will write const user ID. Let me copy it from here. Control C, and here I will write format the document. If not of user ID, then return next response.json unauthorized status 401, and then we'll check const calls is equal to await prisma.callSession.findMany. Wait prisma.callSession. First we will import the Prisma, so we will get the suggestions. Prisma.callSession.findMany. Inside this we will write where property. Inside the where we will provide a user ID, and here we will write order by created at descending, and include. Inside the include we will write call with doctor, right? And we will obviously we will create this call with doctor function, call with doctor, and it will be without curly braces, call with doctor, and here we will return the next response status 200, and the next response for JSON will be codes. And inside the catch block we will write console.error API slash calls field, format API error as error, and return next response for JSON internal server error. Let me import this from call sessions, and here we will also import the next response. We will also import the call with doctor, but before we will create it. Control C, we will create this inside the call sessions. So here I will write, this will be our shared file and shared functions, you can say. And here we will write export const call with doctor, and inside the doctor we will write the select, and inside the select we will have ID, name, and slug. We will remove the ID, we will write the name and slug. We will use the specialty true, and avatar URL will be true. Avatar URL will be true. Let me save it, and we will go inside the /API/calls, and here I will import the format API error, and we will also import the callback deductor. And here we can write as only error.message only. We can write it like this as well. Error.message, otherwise error. And after this, we will create another API that will be for the call/ID. Route.js, and here I will write export const export async function. It will be a GET request, and we will write, sorry, here I will write as underscore request, and it will take the params because we are inside the /API/call/ID. So we will use the params here. And after this, inside this function, we will write try catch block. Here we will write a try catch block, and inside the try block, I will write const user ID. Let me copy it from here. And here after this, let me format it. And after this, here I will write const ID. We will get the ID from the params. And here I will write const call is equal to Prisma.call session.find first, and with ID and user ID and include call with doctor. And after this, I will write if not of call, then simply return next response.json, call session not found. Let me close the sidebar. Call session not found, and status will be 404, and we will simply return the next response.json, call and status 200. And inside the call, we will have the console.error and status, right? And after this, inside this call ID on /API/call/ID, we will create a patch function as well, export async function. It will be patch, sorry, it will be patch, and it will take the request and params. And here I will write try catch block. Inside the try block, I will accept this catch block, and here inside the try block, I will write as copy down, and we are getting the ID. And after this, we will get the ID as well. Here we are getting user ID, and we will get the ID of call and const body. Const body is equal await request.json. And after this, I will write const existing. Const existing is equal wait prisma.call session.find first, where ID and the user ID. And after this, we will write if not existing, then simply return the call session not found and status 404. And if the call is exist, here we will write const call is equal to prisma.call session.update, and where ID and data. Inside the data, we will write Vapi call ID. Vapi call ID will be body.vapi call ID. Otherwise undefined. Let me write it as undefined, and after this we will write include call with doctor, right? And here we will return the call and status 200. Let me save the file, and now we will create the remaining endpoint that will be /id/complete. We will also create a endpoint for complete call. We will create all the necessary routes, and then we will call the API. Right here I will write complete /route.js, and the API endpoint will become /API/call/id/complete, then route.js, and it will be complete. Let me write it. Let me close it first, and now I will rename it. It will be complete. It's not an ID that we are getting from the params. It's simply a folder. And inside the complete, we have the route.js file. Let me minimize this one as well, so you can understand it better that what's happening here. Okay. Inside the call, we have ID, complete, start, these folders. Okay. So here you can see the API endpoint, and here I will write export async function. It will be a post request, and here I will write a try catch block. Inside the try block, I will write and here I will write const ID as session ID. Await params, as this function is a async function. We will get the user ID from the await params, await auth, and if not user ID, then return next response.json unauthorized. Const body is equal await request.json, and here we will write const Vapi call ID. Here I will write const Vapi call ID. Here let me write as Vapi call ID, and we will destructure the duration second as client duration second. From the body, and here I will check if not of the API call ID, then simply return next response.json error as the API call ID required. Status as 400, and after the API call ID check, we will write const session is equal await prisma.call session.find first, where ID as session ID and user ID. After this, we will write include property. Include will be doctor, and doctor will be select, and name is true. No need for slug. Name will be enough, and here we will write if not of session, then call session not found. Status 404. I will accept the catch block AI suggestion, and here we will write we will escape, cancel this suggestion. We will write a try catch block here. Inside this try block, we will write, let me accept this catch block, and here inside this try block, we will write call data. Call data is equal await poll Vapi call for report. Don't worry, we will create all those functions that will be used inside this API endpoint. So here will be await poll Vapi call for report. Here I will write fetch Vapi call, and we will write Vapi call ID. We will write const structured is equal to extract structured from Vapi, and it will take the call data. And here we will write const has report. It will be a boolean and structured dot report. So it should be structured dot complaint. It should be like this, and after the has report we will check the transcript. Cost transcript is equal to build dialog transcript. Build dialog transcript will be more accurate. Build dialog transcript call data. It will take the call data, and otherwise it will be text, as we can write it as consultation completed. And we will write transcript is still processing. We can write it as transcript is still processing, right? And after this we will write the duration. After transcript we will write duration. Duration will be get call duration second. Let me write it as get call duration second, and it will take the call data and the client duration second, or session dot duration or 0, right? After the duration we will write the const metadata. Metadata will be has report. If we have the report, the normalize consultation metadata. Normalize consultation metadata, and it will take the structured ID and session.doctor.name. We will provide it as an object. Inside the object we will write the doctor name, and this doctor name will be equal to session.doctor.name and session.doctor.name. Here we will delete this undefined, and after this metadata we will write here as the second condition will be doctor name. Doctor name will be session.doctor.name or unknown doctor, or we can write it as AI specialist. That will be more professional AI specialist. And after this we will write source will be pending, and we will write the update session. We will create the update session const update session is equal to await Here we will get the Prisma. We will import the Prisma from libdb. Let me check is the path is correct. Okay. Prisma dot call session dot update. Sorry, what it's Prisma dot call session dot update. Their ID is session ID and data will be, we will write the data as status. Status will be it has report. It has report then completed, otherwise completing. One can write as processing, that will be more. And this processing is enumeration, and we can only write and we can only select from that list. Okay, so it will be processing, either it will be completed, and here we will write Vapi call ID, then we will have duration, metadata, transcript, and it will have ended at will be new date. Let me fix this. It will be metadata, and we will correct it from here as well. It will be metadata. It will be metadata, right? And after this we will write include. Include will be call with doctor. Call with doctor, and we will import it from library call session. After this we will have, let me remove this curly braces, and here we will return the next response.json. Call update call. Let me write it as success true, and session will be, it will be session. We will send the session as updated session. It will be updated session. Updated session, right? And status will be 200. And inside the catch block, what we will have, inside the catch block we will write console.error, and error will be okay, we have written the catch block twice. We will remove the outer catch block from here, and we will also remove the outer try block from here. Right? And now it will correct. Here inside the catch block we have console.error, and inside the console.error we have /ap/calls id /complete field, right? And error.message either error. Or we can write it as, we can import the format error. Format API error imported, and we will provide the error. In return next response.json, error has internal server error and status is 500. And we will also write a best practice here as await prisma.call session. Let me format it as well. Await prisma.call session.update, where ID is session ID and data will be status is equal to failed and Vapica ID and ended at new date. Let me save the file, and now we will create all those functions that we have used here. So first of all we will use the, we will create the poll Vapi call for report, and we will also create the build dialog transcript. We will also create the get call duration second, and we will also create the extract structured from Vapi, normalize consultation metadata, right? So Let me import the next response. We will also import the auth. Where is the auth? Okay, this one. From clerk/nextjs. Clerk/nextjs/server. From this path. Here we will also import all the imports. We will import the next response. We will import the auth from Clerk Nest.js server, and we will import the Prisma as well from libdb, and we will import the call with doctor from library call session. And we will save this and /API/calls route.js. Here we will also import the auth from Clerk Nest server. Inside the start, we need to import the next response. Okay, you can copy and paste for all the routes. There we are using these 4 things, right? So we have imported all the necessary imports, and now we will create all the functions, helper functions inside the consultation. Inside the library, we have the file as consultation.js, this one. We will open this file, and here we will create all the helper functions. So first of all, we will create the extract structured from Vapi function. Here I will write, for the analysis plan, I will write export const extract structured from Vapi. It will take the call data, and sorry, it will be export function. Here I will write const direct is equal to call data dot analysis dot structured data, and here we will write if direct and type of direct is equal to object and not of array dot is array direct, then do what? Then return the direct, or we can write it as return direct. And here we will write if sorry, here we will write const output. Const outputs is equal call data dot artifacts, call data dot artifacts dot structured data. It will be artifact call data dot artifact dot structured output. Structured outputs, and after this I will write if outputs and type of outputs is equal to object, then simply do what? Then we will run a for loop for const entry const entry of object dot values outputs, then const result is equal to entry dot result, and here we will write if result and type of result is equal to object and not array dot is array result, then return the result, right? And after this for loop, we will write the and we will return the null. Here this return null will be after this braces, and here we will have a curly braces as well. Let me format the document. Now it's looking great. Now what we will do, here we will create another function with the name of export function has structured report. It will take the call data, and inside that we will write const data is equal extract structured from Vapi and call data. We are using this function, and after this call data we will return boolean data dot complaint and data dot summary. And after this we will create a function with the name of export function build dialog transcript. Build dialog transcript. It will also take the call data, and inside this we will write const messages is equal call data dot messages. Build dialog transcript. Build dialog transcript. This one. Const messages equal call data dot messages. Sorry. Call data dot messages, and here we will write if array, if not of array, if not of array dot is array messages, then simply if not array dot is array messages and or operator messages dot length is equal to 0, then simply return the not return. First of all we will create the raw. Const raw is equal call data dot artifacts dot call data dot transcript. Call data dot transcript or call data dot artifact dot raw transcript. It should be transcript, right? And here we will write return type of raw. Return type of raw is equals to string, then raw, otherwise empty string, and here we will write as raw dot trim. And here we will write the closing braces, and after this closing braces we will write return. We will return the messages, return messages dot filter. We will use dot filter message. We will take each message and we will write a array. It will have user assistant bot dot includes m dot role, and we will map as well. Inside the map we will write each message and here we will write const role is equal to m dot role message dot role is equal to user, then user, otherwise al. And here we will write const text is equal to m dot message or m dot transcript or m dot content or empty object dot trim. Here we will return the text dollar roam dollar text, otherwise empty object, empty string dot filter line dot length is greater than 6 dot join. It will be find not filter dot find, right? Oh, sorry, it will be filter, and the error is coming from, okay, error is coming from this comma. Okay, here it will be dot filter line dot length is greater than 6 and dot join. Here we will create another function with the name of get call duration second. Get call duration second, it will take the call data and fallback that will be equals to 0. And here we will check. First of all, here I will write const numeric equals to an array, and inside this array we will write, let me write as call data dot duration second. We will write it like this, and call data dot duration second and call data dot artifact duration second. It will be call data dot duration second and call data dot duration second. It will be duration seconds call data dot duration seconds duration second and artifact dot duration seconds. And we will put a comma here, and after this array we will write dot find method and we'll take the number, and here we will write the type of n. If type of n is equals to number, then simply do what? N is greater than 0. And after this, here we will write, sorry, here we will write if numeric, if numeric return math dot round numeric, and here we will write if type of call data dot duration is equals to numbers, then call data dot duration is greater than 0. and return math.round call data.duration. Here we will write const started is equals to call data dot started at then new date call data dot started at otherwise null, and const ended is equal. Here we will write if started and ended. Started and ended, and let me and not of number dot is not a number started. Let me write it as started, and not of number dot is not a number ended. Then simply return math dot round call data dot duration. Oh, sorry, it should be math dot max and not call dot duration, but we are using ended and started. It will be math dot max and math dot float ended minus started and divided by 100,000. That's mean it was in milliseconds. And after this, we will write return fallback second is greater than 0, then math dot round fallback second, otherwise 0. And let me make it fallback second. After this, we will create the normalized consultation metadata. Normalized consultation metadata. Export function normalize consultation metadata. It will get the structured and doctor name. And here we will write const complaint. Let me write it as const complaint is equals to string. We will convert it to a string, and here we will write structure dot complaint and dot trim, and we will write the severity, and let me write it as severity and raw severity. Raw severity, it will be string, and structure dot severity, structure dot complaint, and dot trim, and here we have const severity. Let me control D. Const severity is equal to, let me, and here I will write severity in values, severity values dot has raw severity, then raw severity otherwise mild. And we will create the severity values. Here we will create the values is equal to, we will have a new set of mild, moderate, and severe, right? Mild, moderate, and severe. And after this, we will return here. After this, we will return. Inside the return, we will write complaint. Complaint will be complaint, and otherwise general wellness or general consultation. And the severity and the doctor name will be doctor name or AI specialist, and source will be Vapi dot analysis dot structured data. And after the severity, we will write the summary. Summary will be string structured dot summary or empty string dot trim or no summary available. Here we will write consultation completed. Consultation completed and review transcript for details. For details, and after this we will write the medications. Medications will be string structured dot medications or empty string dot trim or no specific medication guidance provider. And after this we have the recommendations. Recommendation is structured dot recommendation dot trim, no specific recommendation provided. We will edit it as rest, stay hydrated, and seek in-person care if symptoms worsen or disease. So you can see the bool code. After this, we will write the poll webby call here inside the API endpoint. We are using poll webby call. This one, poll webby call for report. And we will create inside the consultation where I will write export async poll webby call for report, and here we will have fetch webby calls, fetch webby call and webby call ID and the options. Options, and here we will write, we will initialize the options as an empty object, and inside this function we will write const max attempts will be 20 and delays max 20 and poll ms is equal 3000, and we will also write on attempts on attempt and is equal to options, and here I will write let call data is equal to null, and here I will write for let attempt is equal to 0 and attempt is less than max attempts and attempt plus plus, and we will write here as call data is equal to await fetch webp call id, and on attempt attempt plus 1, and attempt plus 1 call data, and we will provide the max attempts as well. Max attempts call data. Here I will write if Vapi call ended, and has structured report call data. Then we will write the break. Here it will be dot on attempt dot attempt plus 1 and max attempts and call data. And here we have if Vapi call ended, then we are providing the call data and has structured report is equal to call data and break. We will create this Vapi call ended function here. Export function Vapi call ended, and it will be very easy, like it will be return call data dot status is equal to ended. And after this we will write if Vapi call ended, if was Vapi call ended call data and attempt is equal to max attempts minus 1, then simply break. After this we will write await new promise, set timeout, resolve, poll ms, and after that we will return the call data, and we will remove this curly braces from here. We will save it, and we will go to the /API /cause/id/complete. Here we will add all imports. We will import the extract structured from Vapi, get call duration second, normalize consultation metadata from at the rate of library consultation, and we will also import the poll Vapi call for report. Vapi call ended. This one is extra. Let me remove this, and we will also get the build dialog, transcript, and here one function is remaining, that is fetch Vapi call. We will create this function as well. Fetch Vapi call, we will create the fetch Vapi call inside the Vapi. Let me take it to here, and here inside the Vapi.js file inside the library, let me drag and drop here. Inside the Vapi.js file we will create the fetch Vapi call, export. So here I will write export async function fetch Vapi call, and here we will write call id, and here we will write a try catch block. Inside this try block we will write const data await exeos.get Vapi base /call id, and inside the headers we have Vapi headers, and after this we are returning the data, and inside the catch block we have throw new error Vapi call fetch details, and we can replace this area, these two lines. Here we will replace it with const details is equal to error dot response dot data, and console.error will be Vapi get call failed. And we will provide the details and then throw new error Vapi get call failed. And here we will write as json.stringify details. Let me save and we will import this fetch Vapi call. We are inside the consultation. Let me open the route endpoint /API/calls/ID/complete. We will import the fetch Vapi call, imported, and inside the Vapi we are importing everything. Let me save and now let me check each file if they are fine. Okay, it should be. Let me delete this and let me import the auth again. Let me import the auth from Clerk Next.js server as like this, and I think the remaining things are fine. Here it should be await params. It should be metadata like this. Let me control C and check here inside the consultation. Normalize consultation metadata. I will paste it here and it will be with small case metadata, right? Let me save it here as well. Here, let me check the consultations where we have write a lot of helper functions. Consultation schema, structured data prompt. We have Vapi analysis plan, enable true, consultation schema, and severity values as mild, moderate, severe, right, and I think each and everything is fine here. So I think it should be as like this /n. Okay, and it should be called at a artifact dot duration second. It's more defensive. No, it will not crash if any error happens here. Okay, I think hopefully the remaining things will be fine. And call session, okay, inside the Vapi.js, they should be fine because we have already checked them, right, and tested them. And this one is almost fine. We can safely close these files from here and know what we will do. We will create our remaining store that is inside the Zustand call store. That will be our use call store hook, call store.js, and here we will write import create from Zustand. Global reactive tracking manager for active live voice consultation channels. Let me write this comment and close the sidebar, and here we will write the function as export const use call store. We will use the create and we'll use the set and get as well. And here inside this object we will send the status as idle. Here after the status we will have the call session ID. Call session ID will be null and Vapi call ID will be null, doctor null, error null, not error, but we will write duration second. Duration second will be 0. Initialize it with 0 and we will initialize the is muted as well. Is muted will be false, and then is speaker on, is on hold. Let me write here Vapi instance. Vapi instance will be null and underscore timer will be null. We have status either call session ID null, Vapi call ID null, doctor null, duration second, is muted, Vapi assistance, and timer. We have initialized all these. Here we will write set Vapi. Let me write here as a comma, and here we will write set Vapi. Set Vapi, we will take instance and set. Inside the set we have Vapi instance as instance. And after this we will write set doctor. Set doctor will be doctor and set doctor, and we will have set call session. Set call session as call session ID. Call session ID and set call session ID. And set Vapi call ID, Vapi call ID, and set Vapi call ID. We will have set status and status set status. Set Vapi, set doctor, set call session, set Vapi call ID, and set status. Here we will write start timer and it will be a function. Here we will write const state is equal get, and here we will write if state dot underscore timer, then clear interval, and state dot timer. Const timer is equal set interval. Set interval will be an arrow function, and inside it we will write set and set will be timer is equal to timer, and duration second will be 0. And here we will write it as, let me remove this state from here, and it will be set set duration second. Set duration second will be get dot duration second plus 1. We will remove this extra braces, and here we have 1000, and inside the set we have underscore timer is equal to timer and duration second is equal to 0. So here we will put a comma, and then we will write the stop timer. Stop timer will be an arrow function, and const state is equal to get, and if state dot underscore timer clear interval state dot underscore timer. Set timer will be null. After this we will write toggle mute. Toggle mute const, let me write it as const Vapi assistant ID, Vapi instance, and is muted. We will get it from get function. And here I clear you something that is much necessary if you are unfamiliar with the Zustand, then I tell you that set is for the update state, set updates state, and get reads the current state. So here we are reading the current state, right? So we are getting the Vapi instance and is muted from the current state, right? So, and this get function is a function call, right? And here I am adding one more thing to your knowledge, that is, then we are using get function call, then this get the entire store state. That's mean status is equal to idle or whatever. Call session ID, Vapi call ID, doctor, duration second is muted, everything, right? So get function call will get the entire store state, right? And after this, we will write const new mute state, new mute state is equal to, if not, new mute state is equal to not is muted. And here we will write it's, let me write if the instance and type of the instance dot set muted is equal to a function, then simply do what, then web instance dot set muted will be new mute state. And here we are setting the is muted is equal to new mute state, right? After this, we will write the reset. In this reset method, we will write here we should delete this, and it will be from get, and inside the reset we will write const state is equal to get, and if state dot timer clear interval state dot underscore timer, and inside the set we will write status as idle, call session ID null, the p call ID null, doctor, no need for doctor here, and duration second will be 0, and is muted will be false, and no need for web instance, and timer will be null. So we have status, call session ID, the p call ID, duration second, is muted, and timer. After this, let me check. Here we will write the comma, and here we have the braces. One brace is missing. Okay, this one. So here we will write the braces as like this. We will save the file, and we are done with the call store.js file. That is our use call store hook. Okay, and now we have created all the APIs for our call, for all the call related functions, call pages, like everything we have created. We have created all the helper functions that can be used inside the APIs and other files. Now what we will do, we will close the API folder and we will go inside the call folder. Inside the call, we have layout.jsx file that we have completed. We are done with it, and now we will open the doctor ID and page.jsx. So we are on the doctor call page. So first of all, here we will write, first I will write all the imports. So here we will write Auth from Clerk Next.js server, redirect from next navigation, call room from components call room. Obviously, we will create this component, and Prisma from libdb, link from next link, and these three icons. And here we will write export cost dynamic is equal force dynamic, and we have the call page. Here we will take the params because we are on app slash call slash .id page. So we will get the params here, params, and here we will write the const .id. We will get this .id from the await params, and we will write const. It will be an async function. That's why we are getting the indication. Now it will be resolved. Const user ID and has property from the await auth. And here we will check if not of user ID, then simply redirect to slash sign in, or redirect to slash doctors. I think we are already checking this inside the next config. Oh, sorry, not next config, inside the proxy.ts. Inside the proxy.ts, we are checking for dashboard and the call. So we can delete this as well, and here we will write fetch the specialized AI doctor agent const doctor is equal to await prisma dot doctor agent dot find unique, and here inside the find unique we will be send the where inside the where property we are adding id as doctor id and is active is to true. And here we will write if not doctor, then simply return what. Let me delete this and simply return the if not of doctor. Let me write in curly braces return this block of code. Here we have our main div, and inside this div we have a shield alert icon from the Lucid React and a heading tag agent not found, and the requested specialized AI configuration is missing or inactive. AI agent is missing or inactive. Link that is the button is browse doctors. Let me save and know what we will do. Here const load is equal to doctor dot required plan. We will check if the user has a free plan or a premium plan. So here we will check doctor dot required plan is equals to free or has plan doctor dot required plan dot to lowercase, and here we will write second exception as if not allowed, then simply return this block of code. So 10 lines of code, you can use this one as well. that is provided from the AI, from the Copilot. You can also install the Munsurf. Let me Alt Z wrap the file so you can see the whole code. We have this div, the main div for the styling, and then we have the heart icon, upgrade required, and here we have the doctor.name is a premium agent requiring an active premium plan, subscription plan. So we will create the second plan that will be premium. We will set up it inside the clerk. It will be very easy. Don't worry. Uh, Let me complete it from here. Actually, it's much easy and very quickly process. Here we will go inside the dashboard. The site is loading. I have already logged in, so I will go for dashboard. From here, you can go to configuration, and inside the configuration, we have the billing option. From here, you can check which which project you are currently selected in, and we will select the billing. Inside the billing, we have settings. Inside the settings, we will turn on the enable user billing. Require payment method for free trials is okay. Let me save, and we will go to the subscription plans, and we will add the second plan. First plan is free. So here we will write it as free, and the second will be premium and publicly available. We will add the feature we will add as new feature. I will add as access to general practitioner only. Create feature. Actually, we will add it here inside the name and the key. Create feature publicly available. We will add another feature as up to 10 consultations per month as a dummy feature. You can edit it as per your needs. Let me write it as create feature, and let me save it, and we can go to plans, and here we will create the second plan. The second plan will be a premium plan. Premium plan, premium key is in lowercase, and we can give a free trial of 7 days publicly available, and monthly base fee we can set it as $5, and annual base fee we can set it as $4. $4 per month will be 48 per year. If they will pay annually, then they will get a $12 discount. And we will add the features as well. We can add the features as new features, access to all specialist doctors, unlimited consultations, unlimited call duration, create feature, and complete consultation history, or we can write it as detailed structured consultation reports. Create feature. Enough. we can save the file and save the plan, and we can go to the plans. Here we have free plan and the premium plan. You can read the billing guide as well. And here we have subscription plan, we have settings. Inside the settings, they are telling that you are all set up. Next, add our own pricing table component to your app so your users can subscribe to your plans. Then use our SDKs to get functionality in your app for this. We are using has already, and we can also use the show for showing anything that is specifically uh, for the subscription based, upon subscription based, right? So clerk payment gateway already selected. We can close from here now, and if we go to the local host, if we open the pricing page from here, if I open the inside the public, we have the pricing page. If we open it here, and inside this pricing page we can add the pricing table from the clerk. So here we will write the pricing table. So it will be pricing table. Let me select it and control space from clerk Next.js, right? And we will also get the title and write the title here. So here we will add the title, and we will have some classes for this first div, and we will write the pricing table inside this one. And let me format the document. And what we have a div, and then the title. We can import the title from the components. We have a div for the pricing table. If I save, and let me show you, if we go back, if we go to the pricing page, here we are on pricing page, and here you can see we have a beautiful pricing page with all the subscription plans. Like we have free plan, we have premium plan. Free is already active, we have free. We can select the build annually. We can start the 7-day free trial as well from here, and we can become a premium member as well. From here we can select as pay with test card, and trial successfully started, continue. And here we have the free trial, and the active trial is premium. Active subscription plan is premium, right? And here we can write a badge as well on the logo, on the navbar. Here we can remove the close the page, pricing page, and we will go to the navbar.jsx. For here the logo, we will write a badge. Here we will write as premium. Classes will be as badge access small, badge info. Let me save and check. Here we have the premium badge, and we will wrap it in the show. So here we will use the show tag that we will get from the clerk Next.js, and here we will write show when. It will have a when property, and here we will write, sorry, okay, here we will write curly braces, and let me close the show tag. Okay, here we will write show this badge when the plan, Let me write in an curly braces, plan will be premium, then show this badge, and we will wrap this badge inside this show tag. Note this badge will be only shown when the user is a premium user. For example, if I log out, sign out, and here you can see we are successfully logged out and the badge has been removed. If we sign in, and here you can see we are logged in and the badge of premium has been displayed because this currently logged in user is a premium subscription holder user. And here you can see we have a separate tab for the billing available now, and subscription premium free trial $48 per year. We can switch the plans from here as well. Perfect. Now what we can do, we can make it as relative, and from bottom to 1 we will move this premium badge to the top slightly, and enough for the subscriptions. We will close the navbar, and here we will, and here you can see we are checking a load of the dot required plan is free, or the plan dot required plan is premium, and the user has also the premium member. And here is the case for the not allowed, and here we will return if the case is allowed. Here we will return class name. Classes will be pending by from 6 and max with 5x0, and margin x r2 padding from x4 and 8 for the large screen. And inside this did we will pass the call room, and we will send the adapter as prop from here, and we will create the call room and the okay, single this one only the call room. Why we are not using the redirect? It should be used. Okay, let me remove this redirect from here. If there is no need for it, let me create the call room component. Inside the components, create a new file with the callroom.jsx rafce, and let me save, and let me check the browser. If we go to the doctors, and if we go to the Dr. Sarachan, click on start voice consultation, we will go to the call page because we are logged in, and here is our call room. And if we logged out, then what we will be getting, let me go to doctors, go to Dr. Sarachan, go to call page. We need to authenticate first. We are getting a start voice consultation button. When we will click this start voice consultation button, then we will be redirected to the call page, and we are getting the call room. And as we are a premium subscription holder user, that's why we will be able to call this premium doctor agent. If we start voice consultation, then you can see we will get the call room and the call page. But if we sign out, and here you can see we are getting the premium badge. When we sign out and sign in with another user, we are using another Gmail account, and here you can see we have We have no premium badge displayed on the logo. Now we will go to doctors. We will go for a premium doctor. For example, if we go to Dr. Alex Kim, that is a premium one. Here you can see we can go to start by consultation, but we will be blocked. Here you can see upgrade required. But for the premium subscription holder user, we were getting the call room. Now we were blocked to go to the call room, and with this button, and also this one is very beautiful, a beautiful title, beautiful icon, name with bold text, and the premium subscription plan needed. We can go from view pricing plans, and we can go to the go back as well. If we click on go back, then we will be redirected to the doctor's page. From here we can switch again to the first user. So here I quickly switched it to the first user, and now what we will do, we will complete our call room page. It will be a client component. We will write it as use client, and here we will write import use auth and use user. From Clerk Next.js, use auth and use user, and we will also write all other necessary imports. We will be using use router, and these use callbacks, use cpack, use ref, and use state. Toast, image, axios, vapi, call stored, hook, call controls that we will create. Let me copy it from here, and medical disclaimer already created, and these icons. We will create this call controls component .jsx rafce. Let me save it, and let me close all the API routes that we have created. Let me close all these files. We can close the call store as well. We can close the page.jsx as well. And this call controls component will have some UI. So let me copy and paste some imports. And here we will be using the call controls, and we will take the status. Status is muted, on start, on end, on, and on toggle mute. Let me Control Shift P and join lines. Now it's looking clean. And what we will do here, we will write, we will write a comment as well. Renders a unified clean center trigger element if the channel is completely cold. So here we will write if status is equal idle, or the status is equal to ended, then simply return this div. Then simply return this block of code, and here we will write a button. The button will be call icon. Let me format the document. Let me wrap the file so you can see the whole code. And after this, we will have the this return block, and in this return block we will write here inside this div we will have some classes, as classes will be flux center, some gap, and background color, border and padding, border radius, width full and margin auto from x-axis, and backdrop blur, shadow and animate. Inside this, we will have a button. We will write a button for, and here is the icon for the mic. If the mic is clicked, then mic off, otherwise mic. That's mean we are simply we are displaying an mic icon that will be used for the mute and unmute, right? And after this button, we will have a button for disconnecting the call. So we will write that button here, and this button will be used for disconnect or end call action element trigger. We can write it like this as well, and let me save. Enough for call control, and now we will complete the remaining call room component. So here after these icons import, we have call room, but before call room we will write a function with the name of is being Vapi error. It will take the error, and here we will write const message will be error message. Otherwise error.message.message. Simply we are checking all the expected behaviors, and we will return message dot, let me write it as return, and here we will write message dot includes meeting has ended. Or operator, and here we will write a dot type is equal to daily error, or e dot error dot type is equal to ejected. We can write it inside a single line as well. And after this, we have the call room. Inside the call room, we will get the adapter that we are getting as a prop from the call page. And here we will write const user is equal use user hook. And after this, we will get the token and some other states. Here we are getting the user, we are getting the get token, router from use router, Vapi reference, finalizing reference, get token reference, router reference, and we are creating a state with the name of live transcript. And we will get all the necessary states from the use call store hook. Let me Control Shift P and join the lines. Alt Z, wrap the file, and we are getting all these states from the use call store hook from the Zustand. Let me show you. Here we have created the call store.js file. So we are getting those states from the call store file created in Zustand. And here what we will have a get token reference. We will get it from get token, and we will get router reference dot current from router, and we will also have a here we will create the const finalize call. It will be equals to use call back async. It will be an async function, and here we will write const call status const call status is equal to use call store dot get state dot status, and here we will write if call status is not equal to in call, and here we will write and operator, and call status is not equals to saving, is not equals to saving, then simply return. Here we will write if finalizing reference dot current, then return, and finalizing reference dot current is equal to true. After this we will write set status. Set status will be saving, and after this we will stop the timer. And after stopping the timer we will have the set live transcript. We will set the live transcript as generating AI consultation summary and saving your medical report, that we will display it after the call ends, right? And here we will write const, we will destructure the call session ID and the Vapi call ID. Call session ID equals to session ID, and Vapi call ID is equals to Vapi ID, and duration second from the use call store dot get state. After this we will write use call store, actually we will write if session ID. Actually what we are doing, we are saving the call session ID inside the session ID and the Vapi call ID inside the Vapi ID, and we are getting the duration second. Here we are checking if session ID, then simply do what? Then simply we will write a try catch block. Inside the try block we will write the token. Const token is equal to await get token reference dot current, and after this we will write the await axios dot post slash API slash calls slash session ID slash complete, and we are sending the Vapi call ID as Vapi ID and duration second, and inside the headers we are sending the authorization barrier dollar token. Perfect. And after this we will send our toast dot success. It will be consultation saved successfully. And after this we will write the router reference dot current, router reference dot current dot push, backticks, and inside the backticks we will write slash dashboard dollar session ID, and simply return. After this we will write the return. Inside the catch block we will write the console error. And let me format this selection. Format the document. Okay, so here we will have the error and toast.error and set status as idle and return. After this second curly braces, we will write toast.success and it will be call completed. And router reference dot current dot push slash dashboard. We will redirect our user to the dashboard upon successful completion of the call, right? And here inside this async function, here we will write it as here it should be a curly braces. Inside this braces there should be a curly braces, and here we will write our dependency array. We will write set status and the stop timer. Stop timer, right? And stop timer is coming from the call store hook. After this stop timer, we will write const finalized finalize call reference is equal to use ref finalize call, and after this we will write finalize call ref dot current is equals to finalize call, and here we will create a use fact function. And inside this dependency array we will write here we will write in the dependency array as user.id doctor.id set vapi set doctor set status. Whenever any of these state will be changed, then this use fact function will rerun, right? And here inside this use fact function, what we will write, we will have the if not user, we will check if not user, then simply return. And after this we will write const public key is equal process dot env dot next public vapi public key. And here we will write if not public key, then return, or we can write it as toast.error. Toast.error will be vapi public key is missing. Format selection, and after this check we will write const vapi is equal new vapi public key and vapi reference dot current is equal to vapi, and then we will write set vapi into vapi and set doctor as doctor, and after this we will write vapi dot on call start, and here we will write an arrow function, and inside this we will write the set status. Set status will be in call. Set status as in call and start timer function, and after this we will write set live transcript. It will be connected and begin speaking. After this what we will have, we will write vapi dot on and call start success call start success. It will be an async function. It will take an event arrow function, and we will write if not of event dot call id. If not of event dot call id, then simply return, and after this set Vapi call id as event dot call id, and here we will write const session id. Const session id is equals to user call store, use call store dot get state dot call session, dot call session id, and here we will write if not of session id, then simply return, and we will write a try catch block here. Inside this try block we will write const token is equals to await get token reference dot current await axios dot patch, await axios dot patch, and here we will write slash api slash call id slash api slash calls slash session id, and then inside the object we have Vapi call id as event dot call id, and we are setting the headers authorization barrier token, and after this we will have a catch block. Inside the catch we will have the error, and we will write console console.error as fail to sim call matrix and the error, right? After this we will check the vapi.on. Let me remove these braces, and here I will write vapi.on, and here we will write the message. We will take the message. It will be an arrow function, and if message.type is equals to transcript, then do what? Then set live transcript. Then set live transcript will be as backticks, and we will write $sign and message.role. Message.role is equals to assistant, then doctor, otherwise you, or we can write it as AI. That will be more specific, AI and you. Here we will write some icon as well, and for the you will be icon as you, otherwise $message.text, otherwise $message.transcript. It will be, and after this we will have, here we will write vapi.on, and here we will write call end. For call end we will get the event, and here we will write finalize call reference dot current, and we will remove other code. Finalize call reference dot current, and Vapi dot on, we will handle the error. For error, we will take the error and an arrow function. We will write if is benign Vapi error, then return. Then simply return. After this, we will have the console.error as well. Console.error and error, we will send a toast as well and set status as idle and stop timer, right? After checking the error, we will return an arrow function. Here we will write vapi.stop, and vapi ref dot current is equal to null. And after this useSwap function, we will create another useSwap function. Here in the dependency array, we will write doctor doctor.id and reset. So here we will write reset function. We will run the reset function and finalizing reference down current is equal to false. And after this, we will write set live transcript as empty. Now we will write the function for the format duration. So we can format the milliseconds that we are getting. We will convert them into the minutes and seconds from milliseconds. So we will create the function for format duration. It will take the seconds and const minutes is equal to math.floor seconds per 60 seconds divided by 60 dot to string dot pads dot 2 and 0, and const seconds will be seconds reminder 60 and dot to string again and dot pads dot 2 and 0. Return minutes and seconds. Here I hover on pad start. Here you can see pad start will get the max length and the fill string, right? We will return the minutes and seconds. Very easy and quick function. So here we will write the function for start call. Const start call is equal missing const start call, and here we will check if vapi reference dot current, then simply return, and we will write a try catch block. Inside the try block, we will write as finalize finalize reference finalize reference dot current, is equal to false, and uh, actually it will be finalizing reference. Finalizing reference to current will be false, and here we will write set status as well. Set status will be connecting, not starting. AI sometimes gives wrongs or unrelated suggestions. So while using the autocomplete functionality of the Copilot or for the windsurf, you should be aware and active. After the set status, we will have the constructor. We will check the token. Const token is equal await get token, and here we will write destructure the data. We will call the API rate axios dot post. It will be a post request and slash API slash calls slash start slash start. And after this, we will be sending Dr. ID as Dr.ID, and inside the headers, we will be sending authorization barrier dollar token. And after this, we will have, so here we will set the status of the call session, set call session. Here we are getting the set call session from the call store, use call store hook, and inside the set call session, we will update the update its value. It will be data dot we will be getting from the this API call, data dot call session ID, right? And after this, we will write await. We will use await wapirep dot current dot start data dot assistant ID. It will be assistant ID, and sorry, it will be assistant ID, and here we will write, sorry, we will send an object. Inside this object, we will send the metadata, and inside this metadata, we will write user ID as user.id, and doctor ID as doctor.id, and call session ID as data.callSession ID. So we are sending an object as metadata, and after this, we will have a catch block. This closing brace is coming from here, and we have no closing braces for the start call. So let me copy down this one, and here I will write catch block. Inside the catch block, we will get the error, and inside it, we will write console.log error. And after this console.error, we will have a message, const message is equal to error.response.data.error, or it will be error.response.data.details or could not start call. And after this, we will send a toast.error. It will be message, and set status will be actually we will not send that toast, but we will console.log this error message. So we will not disclose the okay, so we were handling the error carefully on the API end. So we can send the toast. And here we will write set status as idle. We are updating the status. And let me save this. And after this, we will have another curly braces, I think. Let me remove this and let me check if I format the document. What we are getting here inside the cache block. We have console.error. Here our function for the start call has been ending. Now we will create the second function that will be used for the end call. Const end call. It will be an arrow function, and inside this I will write set status. Set status will be saving, because after ending the call we will save the report. And here stop timer and the finalize call reference dot current. We will not use this, but we will use the Vapi reference dot current dot stop, and don't need to do this end line. After this we will use the status colors as well. For the better UI, the idle status will have badge ghost, and for connecting it will be badge warning, and for in call badge success, and for saving it will be badge info. Let me format selection. Let me close this curly braces. That one is extra. And after the status colors, we will write status label. Status label will be for idle, we will write as ready. And for connecting, it will be connecting, and in call will be live consultation. And for saving, it will be saving report. Format selection. Idle will be ready, connecting will be connecting, and in call will be live consultation, and saving will be saving report. And actually it's not a function, that's why we are getting the indication. Format selection, and after this we will write return. Here after status label we are enough with all functions. All necessary functions have been created, and here we will write our UI. Here the first div will have some classes as next width, as Excel, margin X auto, and text center. So mainly we are making all the content in center. And after this div we will have a second div, and inside this div we will write another div and then an image tag. Image from next image, and src will be doctor dot avatar URL, and alt will be doctor dot name, and then fill and sizes will be 128 pixel. Priority as well. And the class name will be object cover, and object top And after this image tag, we will have a status. If the status is equal to incall, then after this div, we will check if the status is equal to incall, then if the status is equal to incall, then we will write a span tag, and let me format it. And if the status is equal to saving, that will be after the call, after the end call, and we will show a div in place of a span, and it will have a icon as well for the loading. And after this, let me format selection, and after this closing div that has status and the image, we will write a div. Inside this div, we will write an h2 tag. Inside this h2 tag, we will have a data.name, classes will be tracking type, and we will have a div for the data specialty, and after the data specialty, let me wrap this file so you can see the whole code. Let me escape for the canceling suggestion, and after the data specialty, we will have a div, and these div will have some classes, as this div will be relative and size, padding, and background gradient, and border radius and shadow, and the border and the ring. And the third div will have some classes as widthful, heightful, and border radius. And the div for the specialty will have some classes as, or we can remain it as it will be better. And inside this div, we will write a div and a span. We will show the icons for the call like mic and the call and button, and the timer that will have seconds displayed. We will have a span inside this div, and we will write the, okay, a div and a span. We are not getting the suggestion. Okay, let me write it manually. And here inside this div, we will have some classes as grid. It will be a grid, and background color with full max width, bar radius, and some padding with shadow and divide. Classes will be flex column, item center, justify center, and actually it will be flex center that is coming from the globus.css, and it will have a padding of 2 and space y from 1. And this span will have some classes as it will have some text, font, and font case, text color, and flex item center with gap of 1. After this pan, we will have the icon as mic, size as 3.5, and text as infocal, and the text as channel. After this pan, we will write a div, and inside this div, we will write the status label, status label, status label, and here we will write status, status, and it will have some classes as we will write the classes in curly braces, and it will be badge sm, and color will be as status color from this function, from this object, right? And here after this div and this second div, let me make it format selection. Okay, after both divs we will create another div, and inside this div we will write the timer icon. We can delete these divs and we can copy down this here, and we can reuse it. The icon will be as timer, and size will be 3.5 and text info, and here in place of channel we will write duration. And let me remove this brace extra space, and here we will show the format duration that we have created, and here we will write the duration second. We will use the duration second state, right? And this one is the function. After this div will also be closing, and we will create a last div for the transcript, for the live transcript. Let me make it format selection, and this div is coming from here and ends at here. So we have a div for the live transcript. Here you can see, and live transcript or watch terminal inactive. Click schedule trigger below to call agent. Schedule trigger below to call agent, right? And after this div, we will have another div for the call controls. So we will write call controls, and then after the call controls, we will write the medical disclaimer. Format selection. Call controls, status is muted, on start call, on end call, and on toggle mute will be toggle mute. After this div for the controls, we will use the medical disclaimer. Now our call room has been completed. We have already created medical disclaimer and the call controls. Let me show you the call controls component here, that we have already created a simple UI using some logics, right? Let me save and let me show you the call page. If we go to the doctors, currently we are logged in with the premium subscription holder user. If we go to Dr. Sarah Chan, consult now, start voice consultation, and here you can see a beautifully designed call page, right? Or you can say call room page. Here is the details of that doctor, like photo and the title, and here we have the channel details. If the chai is running ready, duration. From here we can call the doctor, And if we click on call, then here you can see we are getting connecting and duration as 00, right? Was terminal inactive, click schedule trigger below to call agent. Hello, while visiting the site. And here we have a issue. Is not defined. Let me check. Let me cancel the call. Saving report. Everything is working fine, but we have an little error. We will solve it. Let me check why we are getting an error for the E for error here. Okay, inside this console.error, inside the cache block, here we have to write it inside the this cache block, and let me format it as well. And here after the console.error, we will check if the user is a we will check the subscription required if the error is 403. So here we will write if error the response status is 403, then we will redirect the user to the pricing page. Let me save it, and now we will check again. Let me reload the page, and here we will start the call.
Hello, I'm Dr. Sarah Chen. How can I help you with your health questions today? Please remember I provide general wellness guidance only, not a substitute for in-person medical care.
Hi there, my name is Usman, and I have a headache on the top left side of my head.
Hi, Usman. I'm sorry to hear you have a headache. Headaches can be quite uncomfortable. While I can offer general wellness information, this is not a substitute for professional medical diagnosis or treatment. If your headache is severe, sudden, or accompanied by other concerning symptoms like fever, stiff neck, confusion, or vision changes, please seek emergency medical attention immediately. For a common headache, simple pain relievers like paracetamol or ibuprofen can often provide relief. It's important to follow the dosage instructions on the packaging or as advised by a pharmacist. Could you tell me a bit more about your headache? For example, when did it start? How severe is the pain on a scale of 1 to 10? Is it throbbing, dull, or sharp? Have you experienced this type of headache before? Are you experiencing any other symptoms such as nausea, sensitivity to light or sound, or dizziness? This information will help me provide.
It's dull, and you can rate it 5 out of 10.
Thank you for sharing that, Usman. A dull headache rated 5 out of 10 can be managed with rest and over-the-counter pain relievers if needed. As a reminder, this is general health education and not a substitute for professional medical diagnosis or treatment. If your symptoms worsen or you have any concerns, please consult a healthcare professional. For a headache of this nature, you might consider rest. Lie down in a quiet, dark room. Hydration. Drink plenty of water. Over-the-counter pain relief, paracetamol or ibuprofen can be effective. Please follow the dosage instructions carefully. Would you like to know more about managing headaches or other general wellness topics?
No, thank you. I am fine.
That's good to hear, Usman. Remember to take care of yourself and don't hesitate to reach out if you have any more questions or concerns in the future. Have a good day.
And here you can see saving report and generating a consultation summary and sending your medical report. Here we have field to save consultation report, and obviously we will fix this, and we will also create our dashboard page. So all the consultations summaries will be saving to our dashboard, and mm, we can check them as well there, right? So let's create the dashboard page, and we'll fix the error if any, right? Here one thing is remaining. I forgot to tell you inside the Vapi dashboard. Here when we uploaded the assistants to the Vapi, here we need to check their configurations, and then we need to click on publish. Here you can see unsaved changes, publish to apply. We have configured it as Gemini 2.5. That's correct. And here is our first message and system prompt that is coming from our project files, right? When we uploaded the agents assistants to the database and Vapi. So these configurations are correct. We will review and publish. Let me publish it. And no, I hope we are done with Alex scheme. And for the Emily poster, we will change the voice only. We will change the voice to Alice. And we will click on publish. Publish. We will go to the Michael Toes. Publish. Publish. And you can simply do this for all the remainings. Like again for Priya Sharma, that is a female, we will change the voice to a female variant. Like we will select Bella and publish, and again publish. And I will do for the rest of as well, and you can do this as well. Here I have successfully published all the assistants, and we can safely go to our application. Here we will go to the dashboard, and we'll open the VS Studio Code, and we will create a dashboard page. Minimize the components, call, public, and here inside the app, we will create the dashboard page. Dashboard route, and here inside the dashboard, we will create a layout.js file, layout.jsx, and we will also create a page inside the dashboard. It will be page.jsx, refce, and I will write it as user dashboard. User dashboard, right? We will save it, and let me correct it. Save, and no, we can close the call room from here, and we will copy the layout from the call. Here inside the call page, we will copy and paste it inside the for the dashboard. Here we will write it as dashboard layout, user dashboard layout, user dashboard layout, and app shell and children. We are using the app shell, and inside the app shell, we will have navbar and footer, and we are rendering the children, right? I will close the app shell, and now we can close the layout as well, and we will start building our dashboard page. First of all, I will copy all the imports. I will quickly create some imports. Let me close the sidebar, and here we have suspense from React and use auth, forward from datefns. Let me check if we have installed the datefns. Okay, we have installed. We are importing the use router, use search parents, and use callback, use bet, axios. We will create this dashboard stats component. It will be a UI, don't worry. Let me save, and we have a consultation summary. We will copy this consultation summary and create it. refce, and Let me save. After this, we have format duration that we have already created the function. I think we have created inside the library. We have not created, don't worry, I will create it here. It will be format.js. Here I will write format, format seconds for dashboard display. It will show 0 second, 10 second, 50 seconds, kind of that. It will be a function for format duration, and if second is equal to null or second are undefined, then simply return this symbol. And const n is equal to, we are converting the seconds into number. We are making sure it will be a number. And if number is not a number or is less than 0, then return that symbol as well. And if n is equal to 0, then return 0 second. Otherwise, m will be math.floor n divided by 60. So basically here we are dividing these seconds with 60, and we are getting the minutes. In this case, we can write it as minute as well, and we can write it as seconds as well. This one is very simple function for getting the seconds and convert it to the minutes and seconds. Minutes and seconds are combined string, right? Let me save the file and we will go inside the page.jsx. After this, we have title and medical disclaimer and some icons from Lucid React. Empty state we have already created, and load skeleton we have already created. Right. Now, one thing we should not forget, we should fix those errors. First, we will check those errors inside the terminal. Then we got errors. So let me check. There are the errors. Okay, we are also getting an error for dashboard layout. The default export is not a React component. It should be inside the dashboard layout.js file, JSX file. It's looking correct. Maybe we are getting error previously when we changed the name. So there is no error here. And normalize consultation metadata is not defined. Okay, let me copy this from here, Control C, and this will be the error because we have made it capitalized D, and it should be with the small case. Doc.js set file and consultation file. Normalize consultation metadata, correct one, and here we have the normalized consultation metadata. Find here and also find here inside the, let me check here as well. Okay, here we are. Here it will be normalized consultation metadata like this, right? Let me check it again. And if we write the capital D, nothing here, it's mean we resolved this error. And after this, we will go upward, and here we have argument where of type call session where unique input needs at least one of ID or Vapi call ID. It's coming from Vapi call ID. Okay, we are getting the error as const destructuring the ID without a call await. Here we will write await because params will be a promise and should be called with await. And when we will correct this, then automatically the Vapi call ID error that was here will automatically will be resolved. I think. And here if I go upward in the route.js, here we are calling as await params. That is correct. Let me close this route file. Let me check this route file. Await params. Await auth. Here it should be await params. Let me close this. Let me check this one. Here we have only one. We have successfully corrected all the expected errors that we got after the ending the call. And here we will complete our user dashboard. So first, after all the imports, we will write a function for the dashboard skeleton, you can say. Actually, first we will create a object for the status files. Status file, it will be an object, and here we will write completed processing. It will be with with capital case. For completed, we will write background success 10. Opacity 10 and text success. And we will have for processing and progress and in progress and failed. All these, and after these status styles, we have the user dashboard, or we can write it as user dashboard page. That will be more accurate. Here inside the user dashboard page, we will return a suspense. We will use the suspense here, this one with capital S, and this suspense will be a fallback. We'll use the fallback as dashboard skeleton. Here we will create a dashboard skeleton. A separate we will create, and here inside the suspense we will write the dashboard content. Dashboard content. And obviously we will create the dashboard content as well. Here we will write const dashboard skeleton. We will also create the dashboard content, right? So first of all, let me edit it. Dashboard skeleton will have 5 lines of code. It will have a div, name div with padding from y and space inside them, inside these divs, right? 12 space from these 3 divs. And height, background color, border radius. Let me wrap the file and animate pulse. It will have some animation, and we are creating 2 more divs, right? And after this, inside the dashboard content, we will have we will initialize the get token, router, search params, highlight ID, and we will create some states like call state, loading, and selected. We will have model reference and opened highlight, right? And we will use the use reference. And here you can read for the use reference. The use ref returns a mutable reference object whose .current property is initialized to the passed argument. Note that use ref is useful for more than the reference attribute. Don't worry, then you will create this page, you will get to know more about this. Here we will create a function for load calls, and then we will edit the UI. Const load calls. Load calls is equal to use callback with small case, and use callback will have an async function, and inside this async function we will write this code of block inside a try catch block. Let me cut it, and here we will write a try catch block. Inside the try block I will write this code, and here will be the token, await get token, and then we will get the data, destructure that data from await axios dot get. Let me let me control shift P and join lines. It will be axios dot get slash API slash calls orders authorization token, and set calls will be data dot calls or the empty array, and we will return the data dot calls or empty array, and we can remove the set loading from here. And inside the catch block, here it will be the catch block, and inside the catch block it will take an error and console.error and return empty array, and then we will have a finally block. Inside the finally block we will set loading as false, and here console.error slash API slash cause failed error.message or error, right? Return empty array and get token. After this we will write a use packed function. It will have some dependency array as load calls, and here we will call the load calls function, right? We will create a separate use packed function as well. Inside the dependency array we will write, here we will write the selected and get token. And inside this use packed function, let me give some space between them, and here we will check if not selected or selected dot status or selected dot status is not equals to processing is not equal to processing or not get token. Then simply return, otherwise const poll is equal to set interval. Let me select this set interval, and interval will be 5 seconds, and inside this we will write a try catch block. Inside the try block we will write const token is equal update get token, and then we will destructure the data. It will be an async function. Set interval will be async. No, the error has been resolved, no indication, and here we will call our API await axios dot get, and it will be slash API slash calls slash selected dot ID. Let me write it as, let me remove it from here. We will take each call and call dot ID is equals to data dot call dot ID, then data dot call, otherwise call, right? Or for clarity we can write it as C for call, and here we can write it as C prep dot map C, and C dot ID is equals to data dot call dot ID, then data dot call, otherwise C, right? And here we will have the catch block. Inside the catch block, we will simply ignore this. And after this, we will return the function. And inside this function, we will write clear interval. And we will pass the poll. And here you can see the poll as here. And in the dependency area, we have selected and get token. After this, one more use fact for the here the last use fact will be, let me write it as, here we will check if not highlight id or open highlight dot current or not of get token or not of get token, then simply return. Otherwise, const open session will be a function that is receiving the call, and inside it we will write open highlight dot current is equal to true, and set selected will be call. Let me delete this from here, and here we will write set select call, and model reference dot current will be model reference dot current show model. And after this, what we will have, will have a match variable const match. It will be set selected, not select. Okay, and it will be model reference dot current will be show model. Let me remove this extra braces from here, and here we will write const match is equal to calls dot find method, and here we will take the call, and call dot id is equals to highlight id, and here we will write if match then open session match and return. After this, we will write if loading, we will check for the loading as well. If loading, then return. Otherwise, we will create a async function here. Async function, and inside this async function, we will write a try catch block. Inside the try block, we will write const token await get token. We will distribute the data from axios.get / API / cause highlight ID and headers. Then we are getting the if data.call, then open session data.call, and catch will ignore. And here we have highlight ID calls, and we will add the loading as well and get token as well. And after this, we will write the open model function. It will take the call, and it will be an arrow function. We will write the set selected state as null, and model reference dot current dot show model. It will be called, sorry. And after this, we will create for the close model. Close model will take the okay, it will get nothing, and set selected will be null. And here we will write we will close this line, set selected null, and here we will write if highlight id, if highlight id Then simply router.push to slash dashboard, and we will remove this extra line. And after completing all these functions, we will use the UI. We will complete the UI padding by 12, space by 12, and here we have the title. Let me remove this title, and here we will add the title as title heading start consultation, heading and dashboard, consultation dashboard, and the subtext. After this title, we will have the dashboard stats, that is coming from the component. We will create the dashboard stats component. Let me write it as we will send the calls as props, and we will also send the loading as loading. Now we will complete the dashboard stats. From here we will go from here, and here inside the dashboard stats we will import some icons and import the use memo, and we will have here we will write the function for format average duration, a basic function for formatting the average duration, getting it, and here inside the dashboard stats we will be getting the calls as empty array. We will initialize the calls as empty array, and after this we will be getting the loading, and const stats is equal to use memo. It will be a function, and here I will write, let me write it as const completed. Here let me const completed is equal to calls dot filters, c dot status is equal to completed, and here we will write dot length, and after this we will write const total seconds. Total seconds will be calls dot reduce, it will be in duration, and here we will write it as sum, and we can write it as sum as well, and duration or 0, right? And after this we will write const now is equal to new date, and const this month is equal to calls dot filter, and we will take the call, and let me wrap the file, and new date, actually we will write it as const d is equal to new date, and it will be c dot created at, and after this we will return. Here we will write the is equals to now dot get month, and d dot get full year is equals to now dot get full year, and after this we will have the length. Here dot length, and after this we will return something. At the end we will write return, and return will be an array, and inside the array we have this data, title value, and description and icon. first block, second, third, and the fourth one, right? And here we will write the calls. We will check if the loading, if loading, then simply return this div block. These are simply 5 lines of code, and we are basically showing a skeleton, right? And after this loading, we have this main return and the div. This div will have some classes as and the classes you can create a stat component by copying and pasting from the DaisyUI and edit it as per your needs. Inside this div, we will map through the stats. So the stats will be stats.map. It will take title, value, description, and icon as icon. We will write the title, key as title, and we will have the icon. We will have the title, value, and the description. Let me save and let me show you the result. Here inside the consultation dashboard, it's compiling, and here you can see the result. A beautifully displayed stat dashboard, right? And we can make the gradient light. Let me make it 20. The styling will be applied, and we are done with the dashboard stats. Let me close this component, and here after the dashboard stats, we will have a section, and inside this section has some border and border radius and shadow and overflow hidden. And inside this section we will check if there is a loading, then simply display the loading skeleton. Otherwise it will check cause.length is equals to 0. Cause.length is equal to 0, then empty state, right? And the second else case will be the table, and for the table we will write a div, and inside this div, let me correct it. It will have a closing tag, and inside this div we will have a table component, and then we will have a table head. And the table head will be has with these values kind of. Let me format the document first. Table head will be border, and border color will be info and text base, small text and uppercase. Inside the table row we have date, doctor, complaint, duration, and status, and finally the report. So these will be the table heads. If I save and show you the output, here we have the table heads: date, doctor, complaint, duration, status, and the report. Now we will create the table body. So inside the T body, here the table body will have some classes as well. And let me format the document, and inside the table body we will write we will map through the calls.map, call, single call, and here inside this function we will write const meta is equal to call.metadata or an empty object, and we will return. Inside the return we will have our table row with call.id and some classes. Another 20 lines of code, and Here we have table row. Inside the table row, we have on-click function. We are calling the open model and providing the call. Inside the first table data, we have the date. Inside the second column, we have the doctor name. And the third column will have the complaint. And the fourth column will have the format duration, call duration, and the call status. And in next column, we have the view button for opening the model, for viewing the specific report, right? Let me save and check if we have some data inside the database. If I show you inside the tables, if we go to call sessions, we have some field calls as well. We have two calls with some data maybe, but don't worry, we will clear these call sessions and we will create some fresh sessions with all the details. The calls were failed because of the errors. And here you can see a beautiful page, and when we click on view, we will get the model, but that functionality is left to build. Here we have table body, table, div, and the section. After this section, we will create the dialog. We will create the and inside the dialog, we have reference as model reference and model middle. That is a DaisyUI model. Here you can see DaisyUI. On close will be close the model, and this function we have created at the top. So first of all, we will have a div with some classes as model, box, and max width. Let me wrap the file so you can see the whole code. Right. Inside this div, we will have some data for the model, 10 lines of code, and here what we have a div. In that div, we have consultation report, we have doctor name, doctor specialty, and the button for closing the model. And after this div, we will have another 5 lines of code, and we can format the document as well. Let me remove this closing div from here, and now everything is working fine. We are checking selected and consultation summary. Then inside the consultation summary, we are providing the call as selected, and we are providing the medical disclaimer as well and the close button, right? This close button is coming from the DaisyUI model, right? Now we will complete our consultation summary component. This entire consultation summary is based on pure UI, and here we will import some icons from Lucid React. And after these icons, we have consultation summary and some props. Inside it, we will have call, and here we will check. If not of call, then simply return null. And after this, we will create a object. We will create a variable with the name of meta, call.meta, and status as. And we will also create a variable with the name of is pending, and we can remove the status as well. Is pending will be enough. And after this, in the return block, we will delete this consultation summary, and it will have some classes as space by 4, and text will be left. And inside this, we will check if is pending, then display a UI like consultation analysis is still processing. This view will update automatically, right? And after this is pending check, we will have our div. We will create a div, and this div will have some classes. As classes will be grid columns 2, and gap will be 4, 3 will be enough. And we will initially the grid columns will be 1, and after small screen grid columns will be 2. And inside this div we will write the metric cards, so we can create a reusable component here for the metric cards. And the 10 lines of code here, this metric card, let me wrap the file. This metric card getting icon as icon, and label, value, and full. And the first div has, let me write it as here, and has some classes. Okay, here it has some classes as background base, border radius, and space. And if we have the full, then the span will be 2, otherwise nothing. And here we are displaying the icon and label and the value conditionally, right? Now we will use the metric card here. We will use the metric card for complaint and severity, and here I will write both metric cards. And after this we will have a metric card for summary, and then we will have the metric card for the medication. We have metric card for summary, and then we have the metric card for medication and recommendation. After this we will display the card transcript, and the card transcript will be inside a section, and we are writing as card.transcript, then display this section tag. Inside this we are writing some icon and raw transcript and call.transcript. Let me save, and if we go down here, our consultation summary has been completed. No, we will not get any error, and we will open the model from here. Here you can see our beautiful model with no consultation summary, no details, but we will complete it. Let me from info 30, let me make it 20. 20 will be enough. Let me make it as 15 and 10 and 2 transparent, or we can make it 5 and 10. Let me save it, and we will change for this upper stats as well. It will be inside the dashboard stats. Let me open it from here. We will make it as 10 to transparent, and now it's looking clean, right? Perfect. And now what we will do, we will remove these two sessions, or we can remain them as it, and we will create new session. We will create new consultations. Here if we go to the Dr. Sarachan start voice consultation, inside the Dr. Sarachan we will call the doctor. We can let me make some changings here. Here we will write, let me go to the car page. Space by will be 3 and we can make the padding by as 15. I think, okay, we are on, if not doctor. So let me fix for this as well. For not allowed, uh, actually we will control Z and we will fix only for the call room. We will go inside the call room. Let me close the doctor page and inside the call room. We will change that styling, the extra spacing from the top and bottom. Let me make the space by as 4. Let me check. No, it's looking much user friendly. So let me call. The rendering is finished and now I will call the doctor. Our call is connecting and here you can see the duration as 00. And after a while, our call will...
Hello, I'm Dr. Sarah Chen. How can I help you with your health questions today? Please remember, I provide general wellness guidance only, not a substitute for in-person medical care.
Hello, I'm Dr. Sarah Chen. How can I help you with your health questions today? Please remember, I provide general wellness guidance only, not a substitute for in-person medical care.
Hi, my name is Usman and I have a headache in the top left side of my head and you can rate it as 6 out of 10.
Hello, Usman. I'm sorry to hear you're experiencing a headache. A pain of 6 out of 10 can certainly be uncomfortable. For a headache like this, common over-the-counter options like paracetamol or ibuprofen might offer relief. It's always a good idea to follow the dosage instructions on the packaging. Important reminders. This information is for general education and does not substitute professional medical advice. If your headache is severe, suddenly worsens, or is accompanied by other concerning symptoms like fever, stiff neck, confusion, or vision changes, please seek emergency medical attention immediately. Medication guidance is for informational purposes only.
Can you give me some tips?
Certainly, Usman. Besides medication, here are some general tips that might help ease your headache. Rest in a quiet, dark room. Sometimes reducing sensory input can be very beneficial. Stay hydrated. Dehydration can sometimes trigger or worsen headaches. Try sipping on some water. Apply a cool compress. Placing a cool, damp cloth or a cold pack on your forehead or the back of your neck can be soothing for some people. Gentle massage. You could try gently massaging your temples, neck, or shoulders. Relaxation techniques. Deep breathing exercises or meditation can sometimes help reduce tension. Remember, these. While I'm not sure I understand what head churn refers to, I can offer some general tips that often help with headaches. Here are a few things that can sometimes help reduce headache discomfort. Rest in a quiet, dark room. Sometimes reducing sensory input like light and noise.
Thank you. Take care.
You're most welcome. You too, Usman. I hope you feel better soon. Remember, if your headache persists or worsens, it's always best to consult with a healthcare professional.
And where you can see our report is saving report. Our duration is 2 and 48. Interpretation saved successfully, and our report has automatically been opened. And here you can see Dr. Sarah Chan, general practice, headache, moderate. Usman reported a headache on the top left side of his head, rating the pain as 6 out of 10. The consultation provided guidance, medication guidance as paracetamol, ibuprofen for pain relief, and recommendations are rest in a quiet dark room, stay hydrated, apply a fluid compress, try gentle massage, right? And here is the raw transcript if you want to check what we talked on the call. Each and every message is there. That's why we are wiping them in the raw transcript, right? So we have perfectly did ours in this latest conversation, and here you can see duration 2 minutes 58 seconds. It is completed and complete complete as Habdak and Dr. Sarah Chen. And here you can see the date and time, and here you can see the report. And these were the checks that was in error. That's why they were gone wrong. Some of them with errors in the files that we fixed after that, and I showed them as well. And some of them was due to uh, low network internet connection, and no, we are been successfully creating the calls. If we go to doctors and if we try another doctor, for example, if we try to use the premium doctor like Dr. Emily Foster, okay, you can see they have the premium badge, and if we start voice consultation, if you can see we have no blockage because we are on the premium subscription holding. From here, we can go for Dr. Priya Sharma, that is a nutritionist, Dr. Michael, mental health, dermatologist, sports medicine. No, we will deploy our changes. Let me close all the files, close in, and either go to the changes. Here we will upload our changes to the GitHub. Final comment, and we'll directly confirm it. We will push all the changes, sync changes. No, we will try on the deployed variant. We will go to our deployed variant where we are on the wizard, and we will open the deployed link, and we will click on sign in. For example, if we try to call the doctor without login, if we go to doctors, currently you can see we have no dashboard option, and here on the local host we are logged in. That's why we are seeing the doctor as well. And here we can't access the dashboard page. If I write there manually, try to access the dashboard, then you can see we are redirected to the sign in page. So we must log in to access the dashboard page. And here we are on deployed variant. Explain our deployed variant is working almost correct. Then we conduct the Dr. Sarah Chan. We can start voice conservation. we need to log in order to access the call room. Continue the group. We continue and we will click on start bus consultation. That is suggestion not found. We have not added the Vapi public keys to our environmental variables inside the Vercel. Let me go to the environmental variables. And here you can see we have not added the Vapi keys. We will go inside the Visual Code. And here inside the we can add environment variable. Inside the key, we will paste and click on save. Redeploy. Redeploy. Do deployments. Load the page. Successfully reloaded, and now we will test the call on our replied variant. Hello, while visiting the site.
Hello, I'm Dr. Sarah Chen. How can I help you with your health questions today? Please remember, I provide general wellness guidance only, not a substitute for in-person medical care.
Hi, I am Usman and I have a headache. The headache is in top left side of my head, and you can rate it as 6 out of 10.
Hello, Osman. I'm Dr. Sarah Chen. I understand you're experiencing a headache on the top left side of your head, rating it a 6 out of 10. Please remember, this is not a substitute for professional medical diagnosis or treatment. If you are experiencing severe symptoms, please seek emergency medical attention. For a headache of this intensity, common over-the-counter pain relievers like paracetamol or ibuprofen might offer some relief. It's important to follow the dosage instructions on the packaging. Staying hydrated by drinking plenty of water and resting in a quiet, dark room can also be helpful. If your headache is severe, persistent, or accompanied by other concerning symptoms such as fever, stiff neck, vision changes, or numbness, it's crucial to consult a doctor for a proper evaluation.
Can you give me some tips or recommendations?
Certainly, Osman. In addition to over-the-counter pain relief, staying hydrated is key. Drinking plenty of water can often help ease headaches. Also, resting in a quiet, dark room can provide comfort and alleviate symptoms. Gentle neck stretches might be beneficial if you suspect tension is contributing to your headache. Please remember, this advice is for general wellness education and not a substitute for professional medical diagnosis or treatment. If your headache symptoms are severe or persistent, it's always best to consult with a healthcare provider.
Okay, thank you. Take care.
You're very welcome, Osman. Please take care and don't hesitate to reach out if you have further wellness questions. Remember, this is general guidance and not a substitute.
Here you can see generating AI consultation summary, and here I have the post consultation summary completed. And we got redirected to the dashboard page, and our latest report has already been automatically opened. Here you can see a beautiful consultation report that the doctor name, his field, and primary complaint is headache severity as moderate, because I told them 6 out of 10. And clinical summary was Usman reported a moderate headache, which are in the top left side of this head. Medication guidance as in pain relievers like paracetamol, hydrocon, and following the instructions. Recommendations as stay hydrated, drink plenty of water, which and everything. The raw transcript here you can see, and here is the disclaimer. Perfect. We can close the model from clicking the outside as well, and here we have total 6 consultations, they completed, average time this month 6 sessions, a very beautifully designed dashboard page, right? From here we can inspect as well for checking the, here is our mobile responsive variant. Here are the stats, and here is the date, doctor complaint, and duration, and you can scroll to the left to see the whole column and row. Perfect. From here you can open the model. Each and everything is perfectly aligned. I hope you have liked this AI medical voice agents app. You can see it looks very modern, clean, and working very well. We have implemented a lot of functionalities. We have designed it beautifully. You can see all the pages. Each and everything is much, much better, right? So if you really like this project and tutorial, then you can like and comment on this video. Share this video as well. If you got any issue in building this application, then you can simply comment and I will definitely reply you. So take care and we will meet in the next project. Thank you.